You could try to turn off the sun. I'm still gonna shine away, yeah, and tell everyone we're having some fun today. We can go wherever you wanna and do whatever you like. Let's just have a real good time. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Islamic Financial Services Board Public Lecture and Regional Sustainability Forum on Sustainability-Related Risk and Opportunities in Asia. As we are about to begin, with all due respect, all audiences are welcome to fill the available seats. We also would like to remind online guests and participants to kindly turn the microphone off and turn on the camera. Please do not forget to put the virtual background that we have provided in the chat box. Islamic Financial Services Board Public Lecture and Regional Sustainability Forum on Sustainability-Related Risk and Opportunities in Asia will begin shortly. For the safety and comfort of all participants who are joining us offline, we are asking all attendees to keep following the COVID-19 protocols. Thank you.
Spread peace on the earth, cherish the love that is around us. Spread peace on the earth, treasure the love that is around us. Always be kind, always remind one another. Peace on the earth every day. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you who are attending the meeting in this venue and virtually. We hope everyone in a good condition, in a good health, and we are gladly to inform that all invited guests here and crew have taken PCR tests and received a negative result while maintaining strict COVID-19 health protocols. And it's such an honor for me, Shafinas Nasyar, to welcome all of you to Islamic Financial Services Board Public Lecture and Regional Sustainability Forum on Sustainability-Related Risk and Opportunities in Asia. I would also like to extend our warm welcome to all of our honorable speakers and also to our respected audiences. This seminar purposes is to increase the awareness of current development in the Islamic financial industries that we know that we are in the middle of global economic recovery. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin today's event, we will listen to Quran recital from Mr. Kadar Rismadi Rashid as a Bachelor of Humanities. Please welcome Mr. Kadar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وما آتيتم من ربا فأولئك هم المضعفون الله الذي خلقكم ثم رزقكم ثم يميتكم ثم يحييكم هل من شركائكم من يفعل من ذلكم من شيء سبحانه وتعالى عما يشركون ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس ليذيقهم بعض الذي عملوا لعلهم يرجعون صدق الله العظيم وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Kadar. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to open this event, allow us to invite Assistant Secretary General, Technical and Research, Islamic Financial Services Board to deliver the opening remarks. To Dr. Rifki Ismail, please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, honorable attendees, Dr. Dadang Mulyawan, the first speaker in the public lecture, who is the Vice Rector of the International Islamic University of Indonesia, I believe, UIII. Also, we have Excellencies Professor Habib Ahmad from Durham University in England. We are very happy to have him here. He travels long way from England. We are really grateful to have him. MashaAllah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I also see here some of the academics, participants from market players, students, and I also believe that some of you are joining the event from YouTube channel. So we really appreciate that. I tend to give some of the points here regarding the development of the global Islamic finance, if I may. Firstly, of course, I believe as well, some of you might want to know what is the impact so far of COVID-19 to Islamic finance, to the global Islamic finance. I may share with you, firstly, inshallah, I do believe, and I believe all of you also believe that the impact of COVID-19 to the global Islamic finance is not really as terrible as the conventional one. I give you some facts. Yeah. Firstly, the non-performing financing. Yeah, the common indicator to determine whether the industry is being severe with the crisis or with the pressure of the downturn economy. The global non-performing financing of Islamic finance is only around 4.5% to 5% within the COVID-19. I mean within the COVID-19 is 2020 into 2021. So within the COVID period, alhamdulillah, the non-performing financing was not really high, still within 4.9% into 5%. So alhamdulillah. And then secondly, capital adequacy ratio as another indicator for Islamic finance to be measured is still around 18% in the global level. So there is no kind of a drop in capital adequacy ratio. So any specific impact because of COVID-19, to be honest, I can also share that Islamic finance as being part of the conventional one, so the factors determining the resilience of Islamic finance may also the same one as the conventional one. Yeah. Firstly, how long is the duration of COVID? If it takes a long time, same one with the Islamic one. And then the volatility of exchange rate. I do believe in the world now, still faced with the volatility of exchange rate. So same one with Islamic. And I do believe they also monitor the performance of some countries with regard to inflation rate. Yeah. Some countries face a very or spike inflation rate. So some of them rise the interest rate just to respond the inflation rate. Also, how is the long-term disruption of the economy? This will also determine how long the response or how long the recovery period of Islamic finance industry. However, despite all of the facts, I may say that the total growth of the global Islamic finance in 2020 was still 10.7% year on year. 2021, last year, it grows 11.3%. Still growing, can you imagine? Alhamdulillah, still growing despite of the pandemic situation. These numbers are coming from Ifsb Financial Stability Report, published just recently for last year's performance and 2020 performance. So it is coming from Ifsb database. So it's not, I just take it from our publication. So I didn't take from other sources. So it's originally coming from the Ifsb. So what is the actual number of the total asset? 2020, the total Islamic finance asset was 2.7 trillion US dollar. Last year, 2021, again based on the report from Ifsb, it was 3.06 trillion US dollar. So it grew, alhamdulillah. And then the next point I want to share, probably some of you may also want to know what is the concentration of Islamic finance globally. Yeah? Mainly based on the region, GCC countries, they dominate around 49% of the total Islamic finance in 2020. What about 2021? It grew, alhamdulillah, into 51.7%, still dominating. And then MENA region, it was 25% in 2020, and 2021, yeah, it faced a bit drop into just 17.7%. But Southeast Asia region, which is Indonesia, Malaysia, and some other countries where we are belonging to this region, it was 20% in 2020, and it grew 24% 2021, alhamdulillah. So again, the one that I mentioned to you before, despite the pandemic, Islamic finance still prospective. Yeah? And Africa, the last region that we monitored, what do I mean by we, the Ifsb monitored, is 1.7% 2020, and then it is now becoming 2%, yeah, based on our report 2021. And then despite that fact, what is the exact concentration of some areas? 92% of the total Islamic banking asset is allocated in Islamic finance systemic importance jurisdictions. Yeah. What do I mean by systemic important jurisdictions? It is the jurisdictions which have more than 15% market share. Yeah. So 92% of Islamic banking assets is allocated in this region. Yeah, this region. And it is now growing again. So the 92% was the figure of 2020. 2021, it grew into 94%. Alhamdulillah, again, this is a very promising figure. What about Sukuk? Yeah, beside Islamic bank, the next promising industry, of course, in Islamic finance is Sukuk. Yeah, so it was 82.7% allocated in these systemic important jurisdictions in 2020. And then it is now growing again, but still more or less the same, within 82%, 82.5%, still not really affected by the COVID. Yeah? And then my next topic would be, or my next information would be, what is the outlook for Islamic finance? I believe our prominent lecturer, Dr. Dadang and Prof. Habib will elaborate more about this, but just to give you some sort of investigation from Ifsb regarding the outlook or way forward of Islamic finance. Yeah? The first one, it is determined by the recovery in the health care, in the health sector. If a country can recover from COVID soon, same one with Islamic finance. Secondly, how robust are the fiscal and monetary policies, yeah, to mitigate the impact of COVID and to take some sort of proactive action to recover the real sector. Yeah. The third one, of course, as we all know about the digitalization. Yeah. Digitalization takes part in the recovery pace of the global Islamic finance. That's why in the FSB, we also agree that Islamic finance should at least do 3 transformations. Firstly, transformation of its business model. Yeah, the Islamic finance business model needs to be changed from the traditional or the one that we had before pandemic into the digital-based business operation. Secondly, the transformation in human resource. Of course, we need to have human resource which are very compatible with digital operation, with the digital system, with the digital platform, and various type of digital era right now. The third one, last but not the least, is the transformation of the technology. We do have technology, but previously it was not digital-based technology. So it has to be digital-based technology now. So the last part would be, the last one that I want to share with you is about the challenges. What are the challenges that global Islamic finance face now, yeah, from now into the next couple of years? Firstly, again, as I just mentioned to you, digitalization. How can Islamic finance respond to this digitalization? How do they prepare for the regulation, particularly for the regulator? How do they respond with the business operation? How do they mitigate the risk? How do they value the digitalization from Sharia perspective? How do they introduce new product based on digitalization, and a lot of things related with digitalization. Secondly, about LIBOR abolishment. I believe some of you might also realize that last year, England just eliminated LIBOR, London Interbank Offer Rate. This becomes a big issue in Islamic finance because not only Islamic finance, but all of finance, yeah, I believe conventional and Islamic, we use LIBOR as one of the references, yeah, in Islamic finance instrument. So by this type of case, so Islamic finance need to respond. But Alhamdulillah, IOV, if you know, Accounting Auditing of Islam, for Accounting Auditing Organization for Islamic Finance Institution, in collaboration with IFM, International Islamic Financial Market, and supported by FSB as well, we have had a working group, yeah, to respond to this LIBOR abolishment. Yeah. So we try to create kind of Islamic rate of return of course, ideally Islamic finance, Islamic economic, Islamic industry, we need to have our own benchmark. We should not rely on LIBOR again, especially since now LIBOR is being abolished. Yeah? The third one is the climate change. I believe one of the speakers or two of the speakers will also deliberate on sustainable finance, including climate change risk. Yeah? So it becomes also one of the challenges, one of the concern in Islamic finance nowadays. How do you respond with the climate change, with a lot of issues in climate? Yeah. So at least those are the challenges that are faced by the global Islamic finance. With that, I will also conclude perhaps my speech with the FSB role, in which we have done some of the initiative in responding to that development and that challenges. Firstly, FSB, we published our public statement for Islamic banking, capital market, and takaful to guide the industry on how to respond to these challenges. We keep doing our researches with respect to a lot of new issues in Islamic finance. Of course, as a mandate of the FSB, we issue some of the standard. Recently, we have issued a revised capital adequacy. We are about to issue Sharia governance, Sharia governance, and another standard on Islamic banking surveillance kind of thing. So it must be very beneficial, I believe, to support the industry and the global Islamic finance in responding to the current issue and the next year or the next couple of period ahead. With that, I thank you so much again to Bank Indonesia as the partner of FSB, and I wish all of you can enjoy this public lecture, and especially for the two prominent speakers, two prominent lecturers. Again, on behalf of the FSB and Bank Indonesia, we thank you so much for your kind lecture, inshallah, in the next couple of minutes. Again, I wish you have a very informative information from the lectures. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Rifki Ismail. Thank you for opening this event. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our first public lecture. The theme is Global Challenges and the Path to Economic Recovery, the role of policymakers and regulators in a highly uncertain environment, with the Vice Rector of International Islamic University of Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Dadang Mulyawan.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So first of all, I would like to thank the IFSB and also Bank Indonesia for inviting me as one of the speakers in this program. And I'm very sorry that I cannot attend the program in person, because I have to do self-isolation. But inshallah, it will not reduce the value of this program. Organizer, can you put the slide on? I believe I will have only 25 minutes to talk. And the theme will be the role of policymakers and regulators in a highly uncertain environment. Let me to share my conceptual thought about how the regulator and also the relevant entity should react and how to meet the current situation globally. Next slide, please. The session will be divided into three. First, a new landscape. Secondly, the role of regulatory and supervisory authorities. And the third, the regulatory ingredients. Next, please. As we have already known that nowadays the global has been highly connected one to another, and subsequently you have a very low response time. First, technological invention. We have to understand that dissemination of science and technology becoming more advanced and faster. We can see inventions becoming more frequent from one invention to another invention. So it creates more and more efficiency in the market. Secondly, product and business life cycle. We can see new products and business models enter the market more easily and consumer preferences more easily. Startup company has shown to us that it has been capable of, I should say, killing traditional business from you can see traditional shop to all digital with very highly efficient business models. The third, shift of portfolio investment. With more innovation, visible set flows fund becoming more easily to sustain the efficiency. To my understanding, that digitalization has been very efficient, and during the COVID pandemic, it has been super changes. So digitalization has changed a lot of things from something which has a slow response in the business to becoming a very rapid response. But besides it create efficiency, it has also created more instability if we cannot take care of the system more carefully. Next slide, please. As I said earlier, that lower time constant and higher variations of instruments would create higher dynamics in financial system, which require a prompt and comprehensive policy response from the government and relevant authorities. Number three, again, we can see disparity from one industry supported by the development of technology. It has become more and more efficient, but at the same time, we can also see some other sectors that will remain have a lower time response, like agriculture and etc. So it will make disparity to make one sector becoming non-profitable as accepted by the investor, whilst the other sectors becoming more and more efficient. So we can see more and more disparity in this case. Number four, again, globally, shorter product cycle and then borderless economic activity can create stiffer competitions. Again, more and more efficiency could also create thinner financial buffer because they have to be more and more efficient in using their capital, but at the same time, they also need some sufficient buffer to anticipate economic disparity as the result of stiffer competitions. Like, for example, we can see in the real sectors, for example, in one car manufacturer, if like Toyota or Mercedes-Benz sell one product at the same time by the real-time activities, the producer in Düsseldorf already know. So it would, the industry will put less and less inventory cost at that time. And then again, with the stiffer competitions, companies will have to compete with a very, very efficient resources to be used. Next slide, please. So where are the positions of the regulatory and supervisory, as it is shown in the captions, that regulatory authority is in the position to set all the parameters that will be used to maintain the stability. And at the same time, supervisory process has to be done very tedious and very carefully to monitor what is happening in the market. So without a proper tools to see in a very volatile market or slow response to observe what's happening in the market. So, it will become more inefficient for supervisory authority to respond to what is need to be done by the market players. For example, if there is a spike in terms of credit risk in the market, and then the supervisor has to be able to act very in early manners. So then the authority have to apply some measures, regulatory measures to the market. And then it also put the importance of having a very efficient and up-to-date research and development unit, whether it is located in the market or in the authorities, to see what is happening in the market. And then all the research activity, I suppose that it has to be policy-based research. So all the research will produce something that can be used for the policy action. So those are the the positions of the regulatory and supervisory in this matter. Next slide, please. So what would be the regulatory ingredients required to stabilize in this, I should say, the more volatile environment? First, the success of the Islamic finance depends upon the ability to be a part of the dynamics and to provide tangible solutions to the challenges that are faced by society, including the government. So the objective is to strengthen the following components. First, industrial structures, market efficiency, investment activity, and then reduce disparity in the economy, human resource development, and sound macroeconomic policy. Next slide, please. For the industrial structures, number one, the availability of Islamic financial institutions, which has greater risk-taking capacity and market resolution, very, very important. In this case, for example, for the banking industry, the level of capital adequacy ratio that's been set by the Ifsb and applied by the member country should be sufficient to absorb expected as well as unexpected risks that occur in the market. Secondly, the industry has to also some market-related solution mechanisms. For example, in the area of liquidity, there are three levels of defense. Number one is the market itself, availability of instruments. Secondly, the mechanism to outsider between Islamic banks. And the third, of course, the mechanism in the authority. In this case, the presence of or the availability of method of last resort is very important. Number two is about the efficiency. Again, with a more dynamic market, the market players should have a risk early detection to minimize adverse action problems. As we can see, the variety of investment portfolios becoming more, you know, different one to another. Some are still based on traditional transaction, and the other one are based on the technology. So the player as well as the regulator should have sufficient capacity to detect early uh, possible uh, risks involved in economic activity. Secondly, deep market liquidity, which then are foreseen liquidity shocks in domestic as well as global market. In Indonesia, for example, the central bank has been very, very proactive by availing instruments, investment instruments, particularly the short-term ones, for the Islamic Bank, keep the secondary sufficient to withstand unforeseen liquidity shocks. Number two, we might also see possibility of having bundle financing between the Islamic commercial and social sectors. So in this case, I'm thinking of for Islamic finance, not only competing in the red ocean strategy, but also in the area of ocean strategy, meaning that we can still see, more prospect, room to develop uh, from unbanked society. So in this case, the combination between the Islamic commercial and social sectors, uh, to me, will be very much effective in reaching out to society. And lastly, again, under of last resorts that will give more flexibility for the Islamic Bank and other financial players uh, to efficiently manage their liquidity and managing the optimal level of vulnerable funds the market and contribute the economic development more effective and efficiently. Number four is the investment. Of course, one of the very important underlying factors in the Islamic financial development is the presence of the investors. So the availability of Islamic investment vehicles to facilitate variety of investment activity is very, very important. From the commercial, now we have also introduced the social-based Islamic financial instruments, like for example, cash wakaf sukuk is one of the example how we are trying to avail a wide variety of Islamic financial instruments. Number four is the outreach. Again, the ability to provide low-cost financing to empower, uh, sorry, okay, please don't jump. Go back to, please go back to slide number, okay, number 6. Okay, again, the ability to provide low-cost financing to empower entrepreneurs for economic productions, cross-sector financing, and also it has to be equipped with regulatory mutual recognitions. So mutual recognitions does not only, going on in the commercial sectors, but there are room for improvement to connect Islamic commercial sectors to the social sectors. And then I myself want to see, development in the near future about the not only cash wakaf link sukuk, but wakaf sukuk link that will accelerate the development of wakaf, because wakaf I consider that as the low cost asset available to the market, but it can be accelerated by the capital market instruments and banking, Islamic banking instruments. Next slide, please. And then, of course, the next factors need to be considered and developed is human resource. Because the development of human resource in the Islamic financial industry has to take place not only at the market player side, but it has also be done for the regulatory as well as the government. Just recently, I listened to the presentations of my colleague from Ministry of Finance about how the fiscal policy of the Indonesian Ministry of Finance partly are supported very significantly by Islamic finance instruments. The development of sovereign sukuk, green sukuk, and wakafling sukuk, I think it has indicated how serious the Indonesian governments want to develop the human resource in the Ministry of Finance, as well, of course. It has been long-standing in Indonesia, as well as OJK, and then Badan Wakaf, and also Badan Zakat Nasional. I think besides also the market, the human resource development has been on the right track, but of course, it has to be from time to time escalated to higher level of skill. And then lastly, of course, we are talking about the sound macroeconomic policy, availability of fiscal and also monetary policy, use Islamic financial instrument to support economic system. Sound macroeconomic policy beside fiscal and monetary policy, of course, as it has also been mentioned earlier by the Assistant Secretary General, that halal value chain, for example, the development of halal value chains, it has to go along with the development of the Islamic financial sectors. Why? Because the utilizations of Islamic financing, it has to go down to earth to the real sectors. So again, the initiative to develop the halal value chains, for example, that has been supported by the National Committee for Islamic Economic Development, now has been soundly voiced by many people, and it involves relevant parties, not only the authorities, but as well as the economic players. So those are the area that I would like to touch upon. So I hope this lecture can be beneficial to you. So this is just to send of my contribution about how the regulatory framework should be set and also designed to anticipate, not only to anticipate, but to significantly contribute to the national economic development. With that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dadang Bulyawan, for the meaningful lecture which has enlightened us with your topic. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the public lecture 2 with the topic is the path forward for the Islamic financial services industry and preparing for future challenges. With Shariah Chair in Islamic Law and Finance, Durham University, who win 2022 ISDB Prize for Impactful Achievement in Islamic Economics. Please give a big round of applause to Professor Habib Ahmad.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Excellencies, honorable guests, brothers and sisters. Today I'm going to talk about a very important topic, the path forward for Islamic finance service industry, preparing for the future challenges. Before I start my lecture, I just want to thank the organizers, Ifsb, Bank Indonesia, for inviting me here to speak on a very important topic. What I'm going to... Okay. This is what I'm planning to cover in the next 40 minutes. I'll provide a context for today's discussion, the present, future, and the context, and then I'll provide some background in terms of Islamic finance, the soft and hard values and practices, and the final part is the way forward in terms of how to meet the challenges which will be identified in the lecture. Now, if we look at the present, I think some of the things which I will talk about has been covered by the previous lectures and also Dr. Rifki Ismail. So I'll go over this first part very quickly. We live in a new era of what is called polycrisis. Polycrisis is different than what you used to have in terms of the systemic risks which created crisis. In systemic risks, one sector used to affect the other sector. But when we're talking about polycrisis, we're talking about a whole systemic architecture of interlinked systems creating multiple risks and crises. So we are now talking about, for example, this era is more apparent after COVID. We already had the climate crisis. Now with that, the war in Ukraine has created energy crisis, and many economies are in the verge of recession. Inflation is going up. This inflation will drop a lot of people into poverty. Increase the debt crisis. So these are some of the examples of the multiple crises which we face. Interestingly, I was just looking in today's email and I found, I think they just published it yesterday, IMF annual report, the title is Crisis Upon Crisis. So in some ways this shows the polycrisis under which we live in. So that was the present. What about the future? There are a few factors which will determine the future. Of course, climate crisis is going to be one of the key factors which will determine not only the economies, but also how humans are going to survive in the future. The fourth industrial revolution or the technological revolution is also going to be a very important element which will shape the future. I talked about the global uncertainties beyond the climate crisis and the technological risks and also the opportunities which the fourth industrial revolution will bring. There are a lot of other global uncertainties. For example, we're seeing the wars and also the issues related to energy prices and among other things. The other key factor which we sometimes forget and which relates to the financial sector is the increased debt levels and financialization of economies. The total debt in 2021 had increased to 300 trillion US dollars, which is almost 3 times the global GDP. And if you include the derivatives, the total notional amounts of derivatives, it is 6 times the GDP. So we have debt which is 3 times the GDP, global GDP, and then you have derivatives which is 6 times the GDP. So we are living in a world which is increasingly financialized, and this creates a lot of fragility in economic systems. And unfortunately, if you look at the trend of debt and financialization, it is on the increase. And this trend will, in some ways, be in the future, we expect this trend to follow, which implies that there will be more fragility in the economies. And finally, the issue about demographic changes and new preferences. This relates to the millennial group, which basically have different preferences. And this, in some ways, is a positive note that when we look at the preferences of the millennials, they are actually concerned about the future. This survey was done by Deloitte for 10,000 millennials, young people across the globe. And if you see the blue bar shows what the business should try to achieve. This is what they want businesses to do. And the amber or the yellow bar shows what organizations are actually doing. So they want companies to improve society. They want companies to improve and protect the environment. Whereas when you're looking at the traditional metrics of generating profit, driving efficiency, the organizations give preferences to these, but the younger generations, they are more concerned with improving the society and also the environmental concerns. So if you look at these risks and challenges and what are the implications for the financial sector, we can identify 5 or 6 key issues. First, of course, is the environmental risk arising from the climate crisis. The implication for financial sector, including Islamic finance, would be to promote sustainable finance. Digital technologies and disruption, the implication for the financial sector is to adopt the technology and introduce fintechs. Increased inequalities and disparity. This would imply that the financial sector had to enhance financial inclusion, reduce poverty premium. By poverty premium, what we mean is when the poor people, they access financial services, they have to pay a higher price. So that, in some ways, perpetuates the cycle of poverty. So if you are poor, you're paying a higher price than the rich who can afford it. And this, in some ways, financial sector perpetuates the cycle of poverty. So there has to be mechanisms to reduce this poverty premium. And of course, there's a need to invest in social infrastructure, health-related issues, education for the lower 40% of the population. The fourth element is increased debt and fragility, which I mentioned. For Islamic finance, the implication of this would be to increase the share of asset and equity modes of financing. So to move away from debt and have financing that is linked to the economy, and this can be done if we have more asset and equity based modes of financing. And finally, the demographic shifts which we saw, the younger generation, they would prefer more environmental and social financing, or in other words, the implication for financial sector is to basically adopt ESG financing. ESG meaning environment, social, and governance related issues. And finally, this slide which gives the context is all the countries of the world are part of the SDGs, which was announced in 2015. Sustainable Development Goals are very ambitious targets, and I think the financial sector has a very important role to play. When the SDGs was launched in 2015, it was estimated that the global deficit in funding, the gap in funding would be 2.5 trillion US dollars. And this actually number has increased to 4 trillion US dollars recently after the COVID-19. So the implication for financial sector here is there is a need for 4 trillion US dollars annually, and this gap has to be filled. The government itself cannot do this by itself, and there is a need for the financial sector to come in and try to, in some ways, fill this gap. So let's move on to the second part of the lecture, which is related to Islamic finance. We will look at what we call the soft and hard values and the practices. Now, when we look at economies and finance, we have to understand that we usually focus on what we call the markets, organizations, and products. But the markets, organizations, and products, these are governed by what we call the soft underlying values and principles. So, for example, in a capitalist economy, the soft underlying values and principles would be liberalism, freedom of action, individual freedom to maximize the utilities, the companies maximizing their profit. So these are the values under a capitalist system. And these actually derive the hard practices in terms of what kind of markets will come into existence, in terms of what kind of organizations will exist, what kind of banks, financial institutions will exist, and what type of products will appear in the market. So let's try to understand the soft and hard practice values first, and then look at the practices of Islamic finance. Now, the soft configuration of Islamic finance comes from what we call the Islamic worldview. And in a sense, when we talk about Islam, the sense of Islam is Tawheed, which is basically the belief in the oneness and sovereignty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And even though Tawheed means unity of God, it has implications for economics and finance. The implications include that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the ultimate owner of resources. We humans are vicegerents or Khalifa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on this earth. And we act as trustees because the ultimate owner of resources is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We act as trustees of God. So, and because we act as trustees, the resources have to be used according to values and principles provided by Sharia. So this is in some ways the framework of the Islamic worldview when we look at economics and finance. And I think in some ways I have here a verse from the Quran which summarizes how we should look at or what is the worldview in terms of the Sharia and economics. And as you see, it says, and we have not sent you, the Prophet ﷺ, but as a mercy for all the worlds. The word used in the Quran is al-alameen. So it's not only people, but the worlds in terms of the environment, animals, among others. So we have to understand that this is in some ways, the focus of the Islamic worldview. Now, in terms of the specific Sharia values and principles, we can look at it at different levels. At the first level, we're talking about the purpose of Sharia. Overall purpose of Sharia can be summarized in one maxim, which is to realize human well-being by enhancing the welfare, the maslaha, and preventing the harm or the mafsada. Now, actually, some scholars say if you want to summarize Sharia in one sentence or one maxim, this would be it. That the objective of Sharia is to enhance maslaha and prevent or minimize the mafsada. And then at the second level, we can look at what are the specific essential maslaha, and this is represented by what we call the maqasid al-Sharia, which is protecting and enhancing faith, life, intellect, posterity, the future generation, wealth. I've added dignity also for all, because some interpretations of maqasid also include dignity. Now, this is at a very general level, and of course, among the maqasid here, the wealth, the posterity, the future generation would be relevant when it comes to economies. When Ibn Ashur, he actually also talks about the specific maqasid al-Sharia, objectives of Sharia, which is related to economics. And he identifies 5 maqasid which relate to economics, which are circulation of wealth, preservation of wealth, persistence of wealth, and then transparency is very important. Transparency, of course, relates to the issue of gharar, and finally we have the maqasid of the economy as justice. So one of the key issues in terms of the maqasid of the economy is to instill justice in financial transactions. At the very lower level, we're talking about the values which guide transactions, and here we can say that justice should prevail in all transactions in commutative and accessory contracts. And one of the, of course, explicit way in which justice is implemented is to avoid riba, no riba, and also to not have gharar in contracts. But we have to understand that it is not only justice, we have to go beyond justice, ihsan and benevolence, which is that we have to be compassionate, charitable towards other, not only humans also, but Allah's creation. Now, the point I want to try to make here is that when we're talking about Sharia values and principles, if you look at it, the legal aspects are very, very actually minimum. If you look in this slide, the legal aspects comes only in when we're talking about justice, when we're talking about no riba and gharar. Those are the legal prohibitions, but everything else is ethics. And this is, I think, one of the key messages which I want to present is that we cannot have Islamic finance without Islamic ethics. And it goes beyond the prohibitions of riba and gharar. And unless we bring this mindset, the soft configuration, we will not have Islamic finance which can deliver the future demands and face the future challenges. Now, what are the implications of the Islamic values, and especially the implication of the ethical values on practice? Humans as vicegerents or khalifa or trustees, the implication is we have to promote sustainable finance, preserve and avoid the misuse of resources and the environment. As I mentioned, we are not the owners of these resources. It is given to us from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we have to act as trustees and preserve the resources, which means from a financial point of view, we have to promote sustainable finance. Maqasid al-Sharia implication means enhanced financial inclusion and sustainable development, enhancement and protection of wealth for all. So when you talk about maqasid, it's not only for a few people. This protection of wealth, enhancement of wealth should be for all the citizens of the country and also the next generation, because posterity, Nasl is also one of the maqsad of Sharia. Justice in terms of equality of value and commutative transactions, as I mentioned, avoiding riba and gharar is there to prevent zulm or to ensure justice. But beyond that, we have to also, as I mentioned, there's a poverty premium which is paid by the poor. How come the poor, when they are taking financial services, they have to pay a higher price? For example, if you look at most of the microfinance structures, they are the micro entrepreneurs and the lower income households, they pay a much higher profit rate or interest rate compared to if the company is large. This is how the financial system is structured, that the poor apparently have more risk, and then they have to pay a higher risk premium, which apparently is what we call the poverty premium. And finally, I think also this is very important, justice in terms of linking the returns to risks. We have two maxims or Qawaid al-Fiqh. One is that al-ghun bi an-ghun, which is that the returns should be linked to the risk taking, and of course the other one is al-kharaj bid-daman, which also links the risks returns to the risk taking. So we have to understand that in Islamic finance, we cannot earn a return unless the risk in the assets ownership, risk in the businesses are borne by the firm or even the financial institutions. Now let's come to practice. So what I presented until now was the soft values and principles. Now unfortunately, when we look at the practice, we see that the meaning of Sharia has been narrowly defined to mean legal compliance only. The focus is on the form, not on the substance. When we talk about Sharia compliance, we're talking about legal compliance. It is a prohibition-driven strategy. You exclude riba and gharar, and you get Islamic finance. But as I mentioned, that if we exclude the ethics, we are excluding a major part of what constitutes the Islamic worldview. The other thing related is that the innovation which is happening, or the product development which is happening in Islamic finance uses what we call reverse engineering, which is mainly mimicking the conventional financial products. So you have a conventional product, and then you try to come up with an Islamic alternative of it by using reverse engineering, and this is done by focusing on the form and the legal, the rules, rather than the substance of Sharia. So in short, the maqasid perspective, the ethics related to transactions are not being applied, and we can see this in the practice. So let's look at some highlights of the hard practice of Islamic finance. The first is that the banking sector dominates the industry. This is taken from Ifsb report, which Dr. Rifki had mentioned. So we have here almost close to 68–70% of the total financial assets, Islamic financial assets, are in Islamic banking assets. So the industry is dominated by Islamic finance, Islamic banking institutions. The second thing is we see that the Islamic banking has adopted a shareholders-centered model. And this we can see from this survey which was carried out by Sibafi. And as you see, the higher the number, this is a CEO of 103 CEOs from 31 countries. Their first priority of Islamic banks is basically the concern they have is to increase shareholders' value and expectations. So the closer it is to 5, the higher is the basically preference they have. Now when it comes to Sharia compliance and Sharia standards governance framework, the score is 4.16. And in terms of the ranking, they had actually a long list of concerns. The CEOs, they rank Sharia compliance 8th among the ranking. And more importantly, if you look at issues like financial inclusion, micro and SME financing, it has a score of 3.67, and the ranking the CEOs give to this is 18th in the long list. So we see that the model which Islamic banks have adopted is basically the conventional banking profit maximizing model, and in some ways that probably determines a lot of what Islamic banks are doing. Now, if you look at other practices, the issue related to financial inclusion, the Islamic microfinance institution is only 0.5% of the total microfinance outreach. That means Islamic finance is not doing the financial inclusion to the extent we hope they would do. It is based on debt-based financing. Almost 75% of financing is debt-based. And then when we talked about the innovation approach is reverse engineering, which basically is mimicking of the conventional products. Now this survey, I'll just very quickly go over this. I have here summarized some research papers which have looked at the Islamic finance and social impact. And if you look at the bottom row there, when it comes to Sharia compliance, overall, because they're Islamic banks, they have to be Sharia compliant. So the conclusion is good. When we look at the Islamic banks serving the interest of other stakeholders, beyond the shareholders. They score moderate there. When it comes to charitable activities, it is good to moderate. But the important part here is when you look at the social and environmental impact, most of the studies show that Islamic banks are doing almost nothing. I mean, these studies are a bit outdated. Maybe things have changed now, but I think overall trend is if you have a profit maximizing shareholders model perspective, you cannot expect Islamic banks to be contributing to social environmental related issues. So that gives you an idea of what Islamic finance values are, what Islamic finance or Islamic banks are doing. Let's try to come to the last part of the lecture, which is on the way forward. So what are the key things which we need to focus on as we move forward? I think they can be summarized into three key policy areas. One is enhance financial inclusion. The second is promote sustainable finance. And the third one, again, these are based from the Islamic ethical perspective, increase asset and equity-based modes of financing. So move away from debt-based financing to more asset and equity-based financing. And how can this be done? We can do this, and this is what I'm going to cover in the last 15 minutes or so, which I have. First, we will look at how we can first take care of the key fundamental issue of the soft values, in some ways, the conceptual reframing of Sharia compliance. And then we can talk about hard practices in terms of products, organization, and the market, what needs to be done. And in the final part, I'll talk about what are the enablers to achieve these goals. So let's go over these quickly. In terms of conceptual reframing, it comes down to what does Sharia compliance mean? Does it only mean legal compliance, or does it also include the ethical values which we see in maqasid, which we see in the maxims of Sharia, the maqasid of Sharia, and also the qawaid al-fiqh? So I think we have to move from the narrow perspective of legal compliance to the broader maqasid or maslaha perspective, which basically means to include ethics into, or include Islamic ethics into practice. Now, how can this be done? This is a conceptual reframing or conceptual reinterpretation of Sharia, that it should not be only the legal compliance but also ethical compliance. And I think the best way to do this is that some credible international jurisprudential bodies like Islamic Fiqh Academy based in Jeddah, or the Sharia board of IOFI, if they give a ruling on this, I think it will carry more weight. And of course, at the national level, this has to be implemented by the regulators and also national level Sharia boards. So once we have the conceptual reframing, then we can look at how this can be translated into practice. At the product level, we can increase the share of Islamic ethical products by focusing more on substance rather than form. And by substance, we're basically asking to include the ethical values in products. Increasing the share of asset and equity-based modes of financing, and also embed ESG compliant financing. Now, actually, in the West, a lot is done in the ESG compliant financing. If you look at the investments in some countries, almost 40 to 50% of the investments goes into sustainable investments. So we have to bring this ESG-related screening. That should be a part of screening beyond Sharia screening, because this is what is needed from an Islamic ethical perspective. In terms of organization, we have to move from the shareholders model to the stakeholders model, that you don't only focus on maximizing a shareholder's value, but also look at the interest of others, the society, the environment, among others. Now, when it comes to Islamic banks, they operate under regulatory regimes, and also they have adopted the conventional banking model, which is basically a debt-based structure. So I think when we cannot expect Islamic banks to do too much, given that they have adopted a model which is debt-based model, and also they have to abide by the regulations. So they are constrained in some ways to provide, for example, equity-based modes of financing. So what I think is needed in Islamic finance is that we have to expand the Islamic non-bank financial institutions to provide, so that they can provide the Islamic ethical finance products. What do we mean by that? I think an Islamic financial sector would have a very large Islamic non-bank financial institution. These would include traditional institutions like leasing companies, venture capital firms, private equity firms, cooperatives, BMTs, for example, Baitul Mal wa Tanwil is one of the examples of the cooperative. Of course, in the future, fintechs will take a very important role, and I think we see some signs that fintechs can in some ways solve some of the problems which Islamic banks cannot. Then there are some unique Islamic organizations. For example, there are Mudaraba companies in Pakistan, then Baitul Mal wa Tanwil in Indonesia. And of course, we cannot forget the Islamic social finance institutions, which are Zakah, Waqf, and Sadaqah. They have to play a very important role. So, and I think if we really want to have a financial sector reflecting the Islamic values and principles in the future, we really have to have a larger non-bank financial institutions in terms of the share of the sector. Now we can look at the hard practices in terms of markets. This table on the top shows what are the sectors which are being served currently by the Islamic finance sector, and the red ones are showing the gaps which it can be filled. So we can look at it in terms of the household sector, the business sector, and the non-profit sector. And on the first column, we can see the financial functions and products. We can look at the financial functions and products into three broad categories. The first category is mobilizing resources and asset management. The second is allocating capital and financing. And final function which financial sector performs is managing the risks. So we see that when it comes to the household sector, the non-poor sector, the rich and the middle class households are being served, but when we're talking about the poorer households, there is a financial exclusion. Similarly, with the business, the micro and small enterprises are not being served to the extent, as I mentioned, only Islamic finance is providing only 0.5% of the total microfinancing. And nowadays, we're talking about the green projects. So we have micro and small enterprises. We have medium and large enterprises, and then we also have projects which are very large. So given the contemporary approaches, we have to think in terms of green projects. And then, of course, we have the non-profit sector. So all these red items in this table are markets which are not being served and are opportunities for Islamic finance to come in and contribute to. So I have just identified a few of them in the bottom. For example, we need inclusive asset management, which is MS1 for the poor sections. There's asset management for the rich and poor, rich and middle class, but nothing for the poor. Now, the second thing is MSC, the micro and small enterprise financing, AC3. Then you have green projects financing, and then I have also included Awqaf sector development, which is MSC 6. And actually, this slide can be a lecture by itself. Now we come to the enabling enablers. The first, of course, is enabling legal and regulatory environment. To make this change and transformation, there has to be regulatory support. And we need to have legal and regulatory framework for sustainable and inclusive finance. In this regard, I can highlight Ifsb technical note number 3, which is on financial inclusion. I think it's a useful tool for Islamic finance to look at in terms of the regulators to look at in terms of how to implement the regulations for financial inclusion. We need to have smart regulations to promote Islamic non-bank financial institutions and also fintechs. Fintechs creates new risks. When you're talking about financial regulation, it is about mitigating the risks. So it's not only the conventional risks in terms of the credit risk, market risk, operational risk, and liquidity risk, you have an additional layer of technological risks. There are issues about privacy and other things. So I think we need smart regulations which do not hamper the growth of fintechs and non-bank financial institutions, but to do it in a balanced way, and that's why I call it smart regulation, so that risks and growth can take place. Risk can be mitigated and growth can take place. And then we have to also have regulations to encourage sustainable finance. And again, a good example for this is in the EU, actually, as you see, just in June 2022, they came up with the common ESG taxonomy. So you have a structure in terms of, okay, we are saying you want to do Islamic finance with, which is ESG compliant. But what is this ESG? I mean, we have to provide the guidelines. There are different ways in which we can think of ESG taxonomy. And I think it is very important that the regulators and probably Ifsb can come up with a framework which provides these ESG taxonomies for Islamic financial sector, which can be used by financial institutions. Then I said there's guidance for social finance, and I think value-based intermediation, which was initiated in Malaysia by Bank Negara Malaysia, is a very good example of providing guidelines to the Islamic financial institutions in terms of how to provide social finance. Technology is the second enabler, and I think Dr. Rifki had mentioned about this. Digital technology is actually an opportunity, and there can be risks also, but it really has the potential to break down what we call the traditional financial relationships. One of the key problems in financing is information asymmetry. And we can use technology, big data, artificial intelligence to actually mitigate this problem of information asymmetry. And the other, of course, especially when we're talking about microfinancing, one of the key issues which financial institutions mention is that it is too costly to deliver financial services to the poor. Again, technology can reduce this costs of delivery of financial services. And actually, there's a study which was done by McKinsey in 2016 that the costs of delivery of financial services can go up to 90%. So you are talking about a significant reduction in cost of delivery. And the same report said that actually if digital finance is used in developing world, the GDP can increase to additional GDP of 3.7 trillion US dollars can be added to their GDPs by 2025. So the key thing is that technology is one of the key enablers looking in the future, and I think we need good strategies to in some ways see how technology can be adopted in a safe way and promote especially financial inclusion. The third enabler is innovation. We cannot think of the future without innovation. For Islamic finance, we have to move from reverse engineering, which is basically mimicking the conventional products, to what we call innovative engineering, and come up with what we call Sharia-based products. For innovative engineering, we actually need an entrepreneurial approach. What Islamic banks usually are doing nowadays in reverse engineering is they look at a conventional bank, look at the product, and then reverse engineer that into a financial product by playing around with the contracts. We have to look at an entrepreneurial approach. Is you look at the problems in the society, try to identify those problems, you understand the needs, and try to solve those problems and address the needs. So the approach is very different, and I think that is how we have to move forward in terms of innovative engineering. Unless this approach is taken, I think it will be very difficult to come up with the products and even organizations which can deliver for the future. And finally, finally, all of this cannot happen without human capital. I think there has to be, and I think Dr. Rifki also mentioned this, the human resources part. When we're talking about the future and what can be done. One of the key determinants of that will be what kind of human capital we have. And as you saw, the risks are different, the needs are different, so we need different types of knowledge and skills as we move in the future. We need knowledge and skills in Islamic finance, not only law but also ethics. When we talk about Islamic finance and Sharia related to Islamic finance, we focus too much on contracts and riba and gharar, but we forget the ethics part. So this, as I said, conceptual reframing has to take place. Entrepreneurship and innovation need programs and skill development in entrepreneurship and innovation. And I think at the universities, this is a new area which has to be actually focused on. In the West, this is being done. Third is ICT, information and communication technology. And finally, the knowledge and skills related to ESG and also SDG related issues. I think I'm just on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Habib Ahmed. Please remain on stage. We are going to open for several questions. Is there anyone who would like to ask? It's a very rare moment to have a conversation with Professor Habib Ahmed. Is there anyone? You may raise your hand. Or probably online. Oh, okay, sir. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. Prof. Habib, your material is very enlightening for us. And indeed, if we value, of course, as you said, Islamic finance needs to go beyond than just the principle, beyond than just the practice. We need to also have a concern on the value, on the ethics. But then, on the other hand, we are having some challenges, digitalization, climate change, and everything. My question would be, should we still prioritize size, like total asset, total value, or the value itself? Should we now more concern on the value or the size? It still matters. Secondly, how do you see the one that we are now facing, climate change, sustainable finance, and then digitalization? Are there going to be a challenge or opportunity for Islamic finance? Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's a very important question you ask. Yeah, the issue about size and values, I think if you look at the size, it's basically an issue about quantity versus also about quality, right? The values relate to the quality of finance and size. Now, if you look at the growth rates of Islamic finance, they used to be double digits, 17, 18%. Sometimes they said close to 20%. Those have dropped to, I think you mentioned 10%, but if you look at the average growth rates in the last 5-6 years, they have come down to the single digits. If you actually look at in the 5-6 years, it's less than 10%. Now, if you look at this trend, even the size is, the growth rate is going down. Now, my explanation is, or my response to your question would be, actually, if you don't look at values, if you don't look at the quality, I don't think we can sustain the size and the growth rates. Why? Because for a lot of people, and we forget that ultimately the key stakeholder for Islamic finance are the customers, the Muslims. And unfortunately, they feel that they cannot see any difference between Islamic and conventional. And if that is the case, and on top of it, Islamic, you have to pay a higher price. So if they say if they look similar, they feel similar, why should I pay a higher price? Now, unless we bring in these ethical values, I think even the size we'll see that the growth rate will go down. So this is one part of the answer. And the second part of the answer relates to what is the future demand for services. And as I showed you a graph of the 10,000 Manilians who are interviewed, they are looking for not only financial institutions, corporations to look at the society. They are looking, this is their demand. They are looking for companies to look at the environment, the climate crisis. Now, if companies don't look at these issues, they will be the future investors. They will not invest in these companies. And that's why, as I mentioned, in the West, you see a significant, a large percentage of the investment is going to ESG, sustainable investments. Because why? There's a demand from the people, from the investors. Now, Islamic finance is lagging behind, and I'm sure a lot of these millennials, they will demand the same for Islamic finance. And actually, that survey included Muslim countries also. So it's not only the West, it included Muslim countries also. So this is what the next generation will do, because it is about the future. And I think if Islamic finance just focuses on the size and quantity, not the quality in terms of these ethical values, it will affect its growth rate, and it will become irrelevant, actually. And the second question was about sustainability. I think I've answered your question, right? The second part also. No, definitely it's opportunity. I mean, of course, see, these are challenges, but each challenge, each crisis has opportunities. What is a crisis? It's problems. If you solve the problem, you are creating opportunity. I mean, the crisis is that there are problems, and through problems, you create opportunities to solve them. And I think this is the entrepreneurial approach, that you solve problems, and in the process, you make money. You're solving a problem and making money. And I think that has to be the new innovation which has to take place. Any other questions?
Any other question? Okay, there you go. Don't forget to mention your name and your affiliation, please.
Hello.
Yep.
Sir, I want to ask about how could economic Sharia become the one of, I mean, like not the one, like how could the economic Sharia is into the country, but there's no there is no Muslim in there. I mean, like I wanna to know how about the economic.
Can you please open your mask for a while and mention your name? Okay.
Okay, is already clear?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Reina. Sorry before. I wanna ask about the how could economic Sharia become a worldwide.
How could economy Sharia become a worldwide, known for worldwide?
Yeah, that's again a good question. I don't think if you interpret Sharia as legal laws, we cannot have worldwide Sharia. But if you interpret Sharia as ethics, we can think of making it global. To put it differently, for example, we have Islamic finance in UK. If you say Islamic finance is, about applying the laws of Islam in finance, we'll just target the Muslims, right? But if you say Islamic finance is ethical finance, you can actually also include a lot of non-Muslims in that, because a lot of people are interested in ethical finance. And this is actually a reality, that in UK now most of the growth in funds coming into Al Rayyan Bank is coming from non-Muslims, because what they have done is, Al Rayyan Bank used to be called Islamic Bank of Britain. They changed the name to Al Rayyan Bank, so they've taken the Islamic name out. It was a strategic, and they also now, one of the things they're doing is they are trying to sell themselves as ethical banking rather than Islamic banking. And as a result, what has happened, and they're giving relatively good returns. So most of the new clients coming to Al Rayyan Bank, which is an Islamic bank, are non-Muslims because they're focusing on the ethical part. So the answer to your question is, we can make it global if you focus on the ethics. But if you focus on, that doesn't mean that the Islamic bank shouldn't be avoiding riba and gharar. Of course, that's part of the operations. But that is not the only thing which we should focus on.
Is it enough? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, give a big round of applause to Professor Habib Ahmed. Thank you for your meaningful topic and very forward-looking lecture. And okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to Regional Sustainability Forum. Let's begin the Regional Seminar 1 on the Innovation and Developments in Sustainable Finance in Asia with Assistant Secretary General, Technical and Research, Islamic Financial Services Board. Please welcome back Dr. Rifki Ismail.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue our event today with the regional seminar, regional forum, we call it regional forum. So let me share Ifsb thought about the innovation and development in sustainable finance in Asia. Next, please. Okay. Let me start my presentation with some sort of introduction about the FSB. Yeah, I believe some of you might know about FSB, and perhaps some of you might not also know or very familiar about FSB. Because when we talk about innovation and development Islamic finance, FSB takes a lot of roles in this issue. Next, please. So, FSB was established in 2002. It is, unlike the other standard setting body, I may say that FSB is the one or international standard setting body established by the regulators. Yeah, we have 188 members coming from 57 countries, and out of 188 members, we have 81 regulators. So can you imagine? The regulators are our members. So this is the regulators institution. So when FSB focuses on certain issues like innovation, development, sustainable finance, these are the issues of the regulators, not only the issues of the market players. So as an international standing setting body, we also have some collaboration with, if you can look at my presentation, we have a collaboration with BIS, Bank for International Settlement, with IAIS, International Association for Insurance, International Association for Insurance and Securities, I think, or regarding a takaful sector, and IOSCO as well for Islamic capital market. And recently we have a collaboration with IOV and some other institutions. Next, please. So, again, FSB has some mandates. If you can look at the slide here, I have addressed some of the mandates of the FSB. We look at the global regulatory framework and fill the crucial gaps of Islamic finance services industry, and to ensure regulatory framework adequately address the specificities and unique features related to Islamic finance. So, like digitalization, sustainability, CBDC, and other issues, including social finance, SME, as mentioned by Prof. Habib, are also part of the FSB initiative. We did some researches on this issue. We are now preparing for some standards to respond to sustainable finance. Currently, we are about to finish, inshallah, hopefully next year, guiding notes for sustainable finance in ICM, Islamic capital market, and other sector. We will commence the other sector as well. So we are very responsive in any issues pertaining to Islamic finance. And then, of course, FSB complement the existing international regulatory framework for Islamic finance industry. Next, please. And then, just to summarize some of the strategic role of the FSB, and I will relate this with the topic of this session. So, we produce quality research not only based on the internal researches in the FSB, but also in collaboration with stakeholders. We have done strategic researches with SAMA, Saudi Arabian Monetary Authority, or they are now called Saudi Arabian Central Bank. Also with Bank Indonesia, also with Asian Development Bank, and other parties. So in order to enrich the quality, scope, and information in the research. And then we establish cooperation with international standard setting body, as I mentioned you before, and provide guidance on effective supervision and regulation. So again, our standard, the FSB standard, focuses on how to make Islamic finance stable and more meaningful to the humanity, not only for Muslim, but for humanity. How Islamic finance can be responsive, how Islamic finance can capture the recent issues. So that's one of, that's some of FSB initiative and key objectives. Also establish the database. If you can look at our website, we have PCP's database. So this database is coming from our members. The one that I mentioned to you, 81 regulators are our members. So they submit the data to FSB. So the data coming from FSB is the real data from the regulators. We are not taking from the marketplace. I mean, from other or secondary sources, we just take it directly from the first source, which is regulators. And then facilitate the implementation. So once we issue the standard, the guiding notes, the technical notes, we serve the jurisdiction. We serve the country with the implementation of the standard. We want to ensure that they understand the standard, they fully implement the standard, that there is an impact by applying the standard, the guiding notes, the technical notes, including researches. So usually we also start our standard by doing research first. So we identify some of the strategic issues. We do have some collaboration. We publish our robust researches, and then we start with standards. And then, of course, the last but not the least is to develop standard for regulation in Islamic finance and recommend the implementation. Next, please. So what are the strategic focus area of the FSB? You can have a look in the slide, the very interesting figures that they plot in the slide. Firstly, we focus on formulation and issuance of prudential standard, research, and statistic. So this is the first strategic focus area of the FSB. And then, of course, the second one is to facilitate the implementation of the prudential standard and capacity development. And then we try to increase the value of the FSB membership, global visibility, and attractiveness. So like what we are now having, FSB is organizing 3 events: the public lecture, this is the second one, the regional forum, and then hopefully tomorrow we are going to continue with the ISDB and FSB roundtable discussion. So this is the initiative of the FSB to increase the value of Islamic finance by engaging the members. Hopefully you can also attend tomorrow's event, because there's going to be a very strategic and important event. Last but not the least is to have the efficient management and of the resources with good corporate governance. Next, please. So this is the topic today. I mean, this session is very relevant with the first focus area of the FSB, which is to formulate and issue the prudential standard, research, and statistics. Next, please. So this is just to give you some illustration what we have done so far. So we have published 7 standards related with takaful, cross-sector 2 standards, and then ICM 5 standards, and the most important one, the highest number of the standards are coming from Islamic banking, which are 22 standards. You can have a look in our website, the standard being published by the FSB. So again, unlike the other standards developed and published by the FSB are those coming from the regulators. Regulators create their own standard and implement the standard by themselves. Next, please. So these are some of our strategic partners. If you can have a look as well, we have partnership with United Nations, yeah, with ESG and other regulators. Next, please. Of course, this is to respond to the new development, new issues, challenges, including sustainable finance and then innovation, development, social finance, and other recent issues. So let me also give you some illustration following the one that I've given this morning regarding the COVID-19 impact and other, pressures in global economy and with regard to Islamic finance performance. Next, please. So these are some highlights, yeah, from 2021 performance, yeah, based on the IFSB published stability report, yeah. So we have headwinds, yeah, some headwinds that we need to ponder, we need to consider, we need to follow up, yeah, we need to take care, yeah, we need to take care. Firstly, the uneven access to COVID-19 vaccine amid new mutation. So I believe you have watched some of the news, yeah, on TV. There's still some new variant of COVID-19. Hopefully in Indonesia, there may not be other variant of COVID-19, inshallah. But in other countries, they have faced some new variant of COVID-19. And some of them retried to lock down some of the cities impacted by this COVID-19 new variant. So these, of course, affect the performance of the global economy and, for sure, the Islamic finance one. But hopefully the impact may not be as serious as the global one, as I mentioned in the beginning. And then the Russian and Ukraine conflict, all of us must aware on this, yeah? How long will it last? It also determines the global economic performance and Islamic finance as well. The spillover effect of the financial tightening in advanced economies, Indonesia is one of them, but the global, of course, they are facing their own pressures in the economy, yeah, like in some of the Asians, like Malaysia, Turkey, they have faced economic downturn performance. So they're trying now to respond to that downturn economic performance by adopting preemptive fiscal and monetary policies. Those are identified by the IFSBs as well, because our members are coming from Asian, European, Middle East countries. So we routinely have survey to all of them, yeah, especially in every, if I can say, council meeting of the IFSB, we conduct toward the table discussion. It is specifically an intensive assessment and extensive elaboration on the recent Islamic finance issues. So this discussion is table discussed by the high-level person, the head of the regulators, which are governors level, head of the financial regulators. They discuss, they respond, and they give us some guidance on what to do to respond to the global issues, yeah, including the one that I list here, yeah. And then rising commodity prices, inflation, of course, exchange rate volatility, financial stability risk, political impasse, social unrest, climate change risk, yeah. These are some of headwinds that we need to face, yeah. Not only Islamic finance, but also the global economics, yeah. But the tailwinds, yeah, of course, reopening and recovery of many economies, inshallah Indonesia is one of them. That's why we can arrange, we can have this ISAF event 2021 with hybrid mode. Some of you may join online and some of you may come physically, alhamdulillah. So it shows at least that we are now hopefully recovered. Yeah, we're recovering from COVID-19, inshallah. So hopefully by having this type of pace, we can start to increase the Islamic finance development in the country. Yeah, and including in some Asia countries, if I can share with them, because FSB is based in Malaysia. If I can share, in Malaysia, I believe there is no more COVID issues, inshallah. So people there are very free. Lately, they don't need to wear masks, but for those who still worried about, they can still wear masks for personal protection. But mostly they just, inshallah, when they are fully vaccinated, we can hopefully ensure that we can be safe from COVID. And then the economy, business activities in Malaysia, as I also traveled to Qatar last month to Qatar, so we faced that. When we were there, we look at the economic activities, even the business activities are getting normal now in Qatar, alhamdulillah. So in other countries as well in Asia. So that's the benefit, that's the fortunate thing that alhamdulillah we are now having. And then the increased sustainability linked investment. Again, as I figured this morning, the performance of Islamic finance still positive. Positive growth from 10% to 11%, from 2.7 trillion into 3.06 trillion total asset of Islamic finance. At least it indicates that there is still a positive growth in Islamic finance, and hopefully next year, yeah, next year report will capture 2022 report. So hopefully, even if last year it was still having a positive growth, this year when economy is getting normal, when business activities is increasing, hopefully the more promising figure will come out. And then increased merger and acquisition, limited direct exposure to Russia-Ukraine conflict. So inshallah, we hopefully can have more prospective figures this year Islamic finance performance. Next, please. So by sectoral analysis, as I mentioned as well, Islamic banking growth, 11.1%, it dominates 68% of the total Islamic finance. And then Sukuk, the second promising sector, they dominate 30.5% with the 11.6 growth, yeah, or annual growth. And Takaful 1, yeah, Takaful has the share of 0.8%, and the growth is 5.2%. Again, these numbers are coming from Ifsb database, yeah, directly coming from our members, which are regulators. Next, please. The style aspect, I think I've mentioned most of them in my morning's remarks. Next, please. This one as well. Next, please. So this is interesting slide, hopefully. If you can have a look, there are 4 figures that I displayed here. If you can see Islamic banking asset by region, yeah. So alhamdulillah, based on Islamic banking sectoral basis, up into third quarter of 2021, the Islamic banking sector reaches 1,453 billion US dollar, yeah, and 1,109 billion US dollar, and 980 billion US dollar. So it shows a tremendous increase based on the sectoral basis, yeah. And then another one regarding the total asset and total financing. Each of them increased 0.72% and 0.38% respectively, while total funding still decreased, or I mean, not to say that this is less promising, but still the total funding, because of the COVID, some of them may face a downturning pace. That's why we identify a decrease here. But please believe on me and I believe other marketplace, that this is the impact of COVID-19, but next year it will be a rebound figure, yeah, for total funding. And it doesn't happen to all countries. Some of them have shown a positive increase in total funding. Total asset of the General Takaful Fund and Family Takaful last year, yeah, still very promising, 15 million US dollar and 14,031 million US dollar. So this figure at least shows us that the three strategic Islamic finance sectors are still in their positive performance. Next, please. So this is the main point of my session, sustainability related risk. Next, please. Again, this is the issues that IFSB also stresses on, yeah, starting from the initiative of the former chairman of the IFSB Council, 2020, in which we identified that there is a strategic issues on sustainable financing, including the innovation and development of Islamic finance, and then how IFSB can provide a basis for high-level discussion, and then to have prudential regulation of emerging risk and stability and resilience of Islamic finance industry. And then how can we continue and build earlier assessment on climate change related risk. That's why we respond, what do I mean by we is IFSB, yeah? We respond this issue by tabling this strategic issue in council level and other governing bodies level, technical committee level, executive committee level, to have some guidance from the high level regulators, to have some updates, yeah, and to also have some solution how to respond into these sustainable issues, including the innovation in Islamic finance. Yeah. International community and standard setters are urging RSAs to address climate risk. Not only FSB, other standard setting bodies also respond to these issues. Yeah. As I may share with you a response from ISSB, yeah, the International Standard for Sustainable Board. Yeah. They also respond by drafting standard and issuing standard with this regarding this matter. And then to ensure the stability of financial sector and achieve SDG. Yeah. SDG is becoming the global agenda. Yeah. Not only FSB but all standard setting bodies, including United Nations. Even United Nations is the founder of SDG, I believe. So it is followed by all standard setting body. Yeah, because for Islamic finance, SDGs is very relevant. In fact, I may say that Islamic finance already has SDG values. So SDG is not it's not new for Islamic finance. We already have the values of SDG inside our value. Yeah. And then assess impact of climate change related financial risk to the stability of Islamic finance. So IFSB, we did some researches on this, and again I have mentioned to you, we are now preparing for standard on sustainability for ICM, Islamic Capital Market. And also next coming year, we are going to have a sustainable standard for other sectors. And then, of course, progress and stability of Islamic finance up into third quarter of 2021, followed by comprehensive analysis. So we analyze every quarter of the Islamic finance industry, and then we table the assessment of the global Islamic finance related to our members. Yeah, Asian members, especially Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, Philippines, they are all IFSB members. Yeah. Among Asian countries and also in other regions. Next, please. So what are the climate change related risks and sustainable finance? Yeah. There are some sort of ideas related with this. Yeah. Again, these issues becoming an increasing number of international initiatives, yeah, to respond to these issues. As I mentioned, some of them before. Yeah. So including, of course, the Islamic standard setting body, the IOF, IFSB, IIFM, they're all responding to this issue. Yeah. Besides, of course, the conventional one. And IFRS Foundation proposal to establish International Sustainable Standard Board. This is the one that I just mentioned to you, ISSB. yeah, International Sustainability Standard Board. Yeah, we are also part of their initiative. We take part in their initiative. Yeah, we are being invited by them to share our thought, our views from the Islamic perspective. Yeah, because when there is an issue in the global level, Islamic finance takes part. Yeah, we do take our role in the global initiative because we are now thinking Islamic finance as part of the global finance. We determine the future of economy and finance, especially since Islamic finance market share of Islamic finance in some of our members are increasing beyond 15%. Some of them 60%, 70%. So that's why I mentioned these regions are classified as the systemic Islamic finance jurisdictions because they have significant share of Islamic finance. So we do care on these recent issues. That's why we respond with the standard, with research, with collaboration, with discussion among the high-level regulation. And then important place in both G20 and G7 agendas regarding this one. By 2025, at least 35% of ISDB operation will be in climate finance. Even if you are aware, ISDB just recently issued some of their initiative regarding SDG, green finance. Yeah, so I encourage you to look at their publication, which are very useful for us and for those of you who are perhaps academics, lecturers, yeah, students, postgraduate students. You may have some benefits in taking a look at their publication, yeah, including the FSB initiative on the issues. Yeah. And then the goal of international initiative is to establish effective supervisory and regulatory approaches and tools to address climate-related financial risks. So much work has already been done by international standard setters, multilaterals, and national authorities, including Indonesia, Malaysia. If I may share with you, our recent product as our kafling sukuk is also a very sustainable finance related product. In Malaysia, they have sukuk prihatin. In Saudi, they also have sukuk with the orientation to enhance the government initiative to mitigate the COVID-19 impact. Yeah. In other countries as well, because we again conduct survey to our members to identify what are your initiatives regarding the social instrument, Islamic financial market, or for mitigating COVID, to assist post-pandemic, to comply with sustainable finance, including green sukuk. I do believe that you are all very familiar that Indonesia is one of the initiator of green sukuk. We do have our green sukuk, and other countries as well, they have started to issue green sukuk. This is a very sustainable finance related instrument. Yeah. So Alhamdulillah, at least Islamic finance respond to the sustainable finance agenda. Next, please. So, what are the climates? The sustainable finance are one of the factors, or one of the deterministic factors is climate-related financial risk. This is the one responded by Ifsb as well. So we identify this one as physical risk and transition risk. So if we do not respond to this climate-related financial risk, it may give physical risk impact to the operation of Islamic finance. Yeah? Instead of recovering from COVID, for example, post-pandemic, if we do not respond to this, we will have another crisis. As being mentioned by Prof. Habib, crisis inside crisis. Can you imagine? We haven't solved the existing crisis. We are about to recover, but then we are hampered by another crisis because we are not proactive by responding to this risk. Yeah. And then critical to include CFR in strategic plan to manage financial shock. Some, as I mentioned, also Prof. Habib mentioned, international institution like what is it? Rating companies, research companies, they have conducted researches on exposures of the climate-related financial risk and how to respond to that, yeah, particularly for Islamic finance industry, yeah. And then financing green agendas are not only regulatory fulfillment action, but also commercially imperative. Next, please. Again, for the takaful sector, yeah, not only Islamic capital market, but also takaful, yeah. The impact can be more intense due to more frequent and intense disaster, leading to increased payout of claims. Despite that, takaful is less impacted by COVID, perhaps because the share is limited, still limited compared with Islamic banking, but since the COVID is impacting the health sector, some of the people, they are having severe health issues, and takaful, especially health takaful, covering the issue of health issue, the issue of health, and then COVID-19 leave them with a huge amount of additional fund to cover the claims, yeah, from their takaful participants. That's why takaful also has some issues during pandemic and post-pandemic. Even I think last time I've ever attended a global event on insurance, interestingly, they try to issue a climate-related insurance. Can you imagine? It's very interesting. Instead of covering specific diseases, they try to issue insurance. Of course, takaful might be the next one. The insurance to capture the crisis, the health crisis. For example, there might be COVID-19 insurance. There could be, right now, I haven't heard, there could be COVID-19 takaful product. Very interesting. When I attended the event, wow, that's very interesting. But the next question would be, can we do that? Can we predict that? Can we solve that? Can the takaful, or in this time, in the event, can insurance industry anticipate and be survive with this type of insurance? Because it is very unpredictable insurance scheme. But at least they have had the idea to announce them, to start to do research at least about this product. I said, wow, this is very innovative, but also, of course, this is a very worrying product, at least from my personal thought. Yeah? But hopefully, if it is happening, if it is being announced to the industry, it will be a new innovation in insurance and takaful sector. And then ethical and moral values of takaful also create expectation to be more responsible. Again, by listening to Prof. Habib lecture, ethical and moral values are very most important nowadays. Instead of just focusing on numbers, achievement, stakeholders' value, shareholders' expectation, ethical and moral value are very much important now, especially when we face COVID or another crisis. From my thought, I can identify, I can investigate. This is the God lecture for us, for the human, that you should not only focus on commercial aspect, but please do focus on social aspect. Everybody is suffered because of COVID. Everybody is having downturn economic performance. Real sector is not moving. There is no business sector moving. So please, instead of trying to reborn your business, also try to help others, yeah, by injecting social activity, social fund, helping others, releasing some of the burdens. That's why, based on Ifsb surveys, if I can also share with you, the one that we did 2021, we want to know what are the responses of our members regarding the policies during and post-pandemic. They share with us that they have released some of the financial burden For example, they give some relaxation in the payment of conventional and both Islamic finance financing. For example, the payment of the principal, the payment for the return sharing, they give some extraordinary time, yeah, and even give some releases, even give some moratorium for that. And in a conventional one, they reduce the interest rate into the lower level. Even some of them might reach a negative interest rate, subhanallah. Including the Islamic, of course, we are very much concerned with the society. Yeah, we also reduce our burden for our financial, for our for example, Islamic banking depositors, Islamic banking entrepreneurs. We give them some releases, yeah, for them to recover from the impact of and the post-pandemic period. So ethical and moral values are now being the very crucial part of Islamic finance. If we want to survive and if we want to give more impact to the society, more impact to the humanity even. Because the agenda of sustainable finance is how do we give more impact to the society? Not only to the industry, not only to the depositors, not only to the shareholders, but give more impact to the humanity. How can we save others? Even how can we save life of others? Can you imagine? Not only giving some sort of financial benefit, but also the life of others. This is more important nowadays. Yeah. And then recent development of EIOPA. Yeah, this is the global, the European institution, yeah, organization, and IAIS, the deposit insurance, the global level. They have relevance as well. They have developed some relevant product and standard on this. But of course, they do not capture takaful aspect. So this one, FSB and other standard setting body take part on the issue of climate-related financial risk in relation to takaful sector. Integrating climate can be challenging as takaful operate differently than its counterpart. Again, as I mentioned, takaful is very significant industry beside the other two sectors, Islamic banking and ICM, Islamic capital market. But the challenge faces by takaful is different than the conventional insurance. Yeah, the principle of takaful, how do we treat the risk, how do we mitigate or how do we estimate the future risk, and how do we treat the loss, those are very unique in takaful sector. May not be the same as the conventional insurance. So regarding the one that they have some initiative on, like the one I mentioned to you, they try, this is very real. They try in the event, the one that I attended, they try to design the climate-related insurance risk, the disasters risk, perhaps the economic crisis risk. Insurance product. Wow, the insurance product can capture the economic crisis. This is a very ambitious product. But hopefully they try. So, and for takaful, of course, this gives another challenge for takaful sector. And the impact can be more intense due to the more frequent and intense disaster, leading to increased payout of claims, as I mentioned. Next, please. For capital market, yeah, at least is the sukuk market deep and liquid enough to integrate climate change policies? In some jurisdictions, they have significant share of sukuk market. Yeah, like the one in Asia, I can mention to you, Malaysia is the biggest share of sukuk in the global sukuk market. I believe more than 80% of the global sukuk is from Malaysia, yeah, the global sukuk. But for Indonesia, as another Asia countries, we are dominating the sovereign sukuk, the sovereign US dollar denominated sukuk. We are the highest one in the world Can you imagine? We are the highest one of the government US dollar denominated sukuk. Yeah. So we are the biggest share. I can also share with you when I was in Dubai, I think 4 years ago, I had a meeting with some of the financial manager, fund manager, Islamic fund manager. They are investing their liquidity in sukuk market. So I discussed with them. I asked, they're all from Middle East. Can you imagine? I asked them, okay, you are investing your investors fund in sukuk market. Can I know what is your most favorite sukuk in the world? Can you guess what is his or their response? Their answer? Again, I repeat my question to them. They are fund manager for sukuk investment companies. What is your most favorite sukuk in the world to locate your investment? They answer, your sukuk. What? My sukuk? Yes, Indonesian sukuk. Why? Why is Indonesian sukuk the number one sukuk in the global market? They said because Indonesia is the only one, this is based on their answer. Indonesia is the only one government issued sukuk. What about UAE? I asked them. Doesn't UAE have a government sukuk? They have not the government, but regional government sukuk. That's what they answer my question. Yeah, I'm not sure whether the current condition they have issued the government, but 4 years ago at least they answered my question as other countries they might have, but they are not issued by government or they are less significant compared with Indonesian. What's the benefit of investing money in government sukuk? First, because of zero risk. Government instrument, government securities is zero risk. Secondly, of course, feel security for the investors. Investing in government is more secure than in corporate sector. So these are some very fundamental consideration by the fund manager. So again, right now when Indonesia, Malaysia, I believe other countries in Asia, they have issued green sukuk, this attracts another interest from the investors. If you have ever heard the announcement from the government of Indonesia, Minister of Finance, when they issue green sukuk, it is always oversubscribed. Yeah, oversubscribed. The demand exceeds the supply. It's very huge responses from the market. We're really glad to know that. Yeah? And then the potential impact of greenwashing. So many countries are also responding to greenwashing. Yeah, to respond to this climate-related financial risk. Yeah? The main threat to stability can arise from disorderly transition to a low-carbon economy. Yeah? So this one has been the global agenda. I heard some of the Muslim countries also adopt their business and adjust their business activities by trying to issue regulation, trying to adopt the global application, global implementation of low carbon economy. Even last month, as I shared with you, I was in Qatar. Ifsb had Innovation Forum, yeah, including the topic of that Innovation Forum is sustainable finance as well. Yeah, so I attended the event. I listened to the speakers. They said that the agenda of SDG, sustainable finance, are now the agenda of majority of countries. Even secondly, we will require for any investment to comply with sustainable finance indicator, with SDG indicator, before investor can invest in this type of instrument. If the instrument is not SDG compliance, if the instrument is not sustainable finance instrument, we will restrict the investor to invest in this instrument. Can you imagine? Has Indonesia responded into this? I believe yes. Because at least based on my personal experience, before I had a discussion with one of the ministers, yeah, Minister of Economic Planning in Indonesia, we call it Bapenas, yeah, Bapenas. They have had some issue, some planning, some action to respond to this global intention regarding climate-related financial risk, sustainable finance. We have taken some action on this, even a couple of years ago. Yeah. So now, majority of countries, they even oblige, yeah, the instrument to comply with sustainable finance and SDG in order not to create some non-environmental issues coming from the instrument. Yeah. This is very interesting. I said, wow, it's very amazing initiative. Yeah. And then policies can also affect commodity prices, which can have implication on market stability. Just mention that the policy that they want to apply, yeah, and of course it will affect the commodity prices. Can you imagine if the product is not sustainable compliance, is not very friendly with the impact of climate change, there is no investors, so the price of the commodity will be dropped. There is no demand because investor may be restricted not to invest in this type of product or in this type of financial instrument because it doesn't comply, it doesn't fulfill the requirement, the regulation to adopt the issue of sustainable finance, to mitigate the impact of climate-related financial risk. This is very, very critical and crucial issue right now. Next, please. Way ahead of the IFSB, we take lead in providing adaptive, supportive, and forward-looking standard research and other initiatives. Of course, led by some leading countries in Islamic finance. You may say some countries which are leading in Islamic finance, including in Asia. If I can share, Malaysia, of course, one of the leading in Asia, Indonesia, I think Thailand also following us, Brunei also a very promising one. In the Middle East, I should not mention any countries, I believe, because all of you might be very familiar, like UAE, Saudi, Qatar, they're leading, Oman, they are leading countries in Islamic finance. So they, alhamdulillah, also respond to this issue. And we are IFSB is guided by these leading countries to respond to these sustainable issues, and also how to serve the industry with a very progressive standard to encourage innovation in the issue of sustainability, climate-related financial risk. Yeah. And then again, FSB's responsiveness includes addressing climate change-related risks, as I mentioned previously. FSB will keep supporting the industry by providing guidance and standard, addressing emerging issues, as well as collaborating with its members and all stakeholders. So we are, as I mentioned in the morning, we are collaborating with international standard setting bodies, conventional and Islamic. We take part in the working group. We are invited to give responses. Even just yesterday, if you know, I believe you know COMSEC, OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Indonesia, we call it OKI. Yeah. OIC, they have initiative for Islamic Finance Working Group. Yeah, they have had some initiative on Islamic Finance Working Group, including the current issues. And then when they are preparing for the project, they invite us. They invite FSB. So yesterday we took part in the discussion, and we gave them some sort of initiative taken by FSB. Next, please. So from the global level, yeah, the climate-related financial risk, yeah, BIS, yeah, they have had principles for effective management and supervision of climate-related financial risk. So again, FSB is not the independent standard, we also we also take into account other standard setting bodies initiative, yeah, in order to make us exclusive and inclusive altogether. Yeah, we are focusing on specificities of Islamic finance, but we also take a global concern regarding the issues like BIS. They have issued principle for effective management and supervision of the climate-related financial risks to promote principle-based approach to improve both bank risk management and supervisors practices. So they have set out 18 principles capturing corporate governance, internal control, risk assessment, management, and reporting. To be honest, FSB is also doing now corporate governance standard. We do take note on this BIS product. We adopt, we consider, and we identify, we put the Islamic specificities on the issue. And then both BCBS and FSB, yeah, Financial Supervisory Board, have focused only on the climate-related financial risk thus far, and do not have broader sustainability-related issues on their work program. So we complement the other standard setting bodies initiative. Next, please. So another standard setting bodies, IFRS, yeah. So especially ISSB, as I mentioned, they have exposure draft on IFRS S2 climate-related disclosure, the firm-level disclosure in Appendix B, specific disclosure for commercial banks. We do took part on this, yeah, because I vividly know when FSB was invited to give comment, to give thought, to give some initiative ideas for them to include Islamic finance concern regarding the issues. And then BCBS is exploring the use of Pillar 3 framework to promote a common disclosure baseline for climate-related financial risk. Next, please. So this is completed an ongoing work on key issues. Yeah. So like for example, BCBS, Principles for Climate-Related Financial Risk. Yeah, it has been issued in June 2022 this year. And ISSB, as I mentioned to you, they are still ongoing. Yeah, FSB takes part in this project as well. We share with them some of the Islamic specificities, and hopefully we can have this standard being issued either this year or next year, hopefully. Still ongoing. So if based on the pattern that I show you in the slide, they plan to finish the standard next year. And then NGFS, yeah, a Green Finance Initiative, and FSB joint report on climate scenario analysis. They've just started in the middle of the process. Yeah. So, and then FSB database methodology for monitoring of climate-related financial vulnerabilities. Yeah. So it's just begin. Yeah. And then 2023, hopefully it will be accomplished. And NGFS regular update to climate scenarios. Again, what is it? Network of the green financial stability. They have also regular update on climate scenarios. So this is the very beginning one. So hopefully by 2024, please do monitor this one. They are going to finish their initiative. Next, please. This is related with the IFSB 1. Yeah. IFSB, we have again focused on climate-related financial risk. Yeah, for banking, and then ICM and Takaful for banking. We refer to BCBS, even though we stress on Islamic finance specificities, uniqueness, and values. And we have a disclosure for Islamic banks. We address some of the issues on specificities, yeah, in Islamic finance, and in line with ISSB work, we address after BCBS has updated pillar number 3 for climate-related financial risk. At principal level, we are equally applicable to Islamic banks. Yeah, and then we do take note, and we do also stress on the governance level, the role of Sharia governance in relation to climate-related risk, if you are later on following one of the ongoing project in IFSB regarding corporate governance, because in the due process we will have public exposure, yeah, public hearing, public consultation, in which we publish in our website the draft of the ongoing standard. You may see there we address these issues. We address digitalization issues, we address the climate related issues, the sustainability issues. So we are very progressive. We are very anticipative on the issues. PSIA, yeah, whether climate related risks need to be managed differently for PSIA. Again, we collaborate with the related authorities on this, and smaller banks. Yeah, we monitor the smaller banks in adopting the standard and following up our initiative. Type of standard, guiding notes. So guiding notes, just for your information, if the global standard setting bodies or IFSB, when we issue guiding notes, yeah, it contains the principle for effective management and principle to be taken care on the issues. So like some of the IFSB product, yeah, are issued based on the guiding notes instead of standard. So guiding notes is very practical one, yeah, by the standard is a very principle one, yeah. So when you later on find the guiding notes of the FSB regarding, for example, sustainable finance for ICM, if it is guiding notes, it is guiding notes, to be honest, it is guiding notes, meaning it is very practical guidance from the FSB, not on the principle level, but on a very practical level, meaning the industry can easily adopt the principle. Next, please. Okay, I think those are all from my side. Thank you so much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Ya, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Rifki, for your presentations. And ladies and gentlemen, we already heard a lot of ideas, a lot of discussion, and it's just the beginning. The day is still young. But for now, we will take a lunch break for a while, and our next session will begin at 1 p.m. sharp. So I'm gonna see you after the lunch break. Have fun and enjoy your lunch. See you. Thank you.
You could try turn off the sun, I'm still gonna shine away, yeah, and tell everyone we're having some fun today. We can go wherever you wanna and do whatever you like. Let's just have a real good time.
Recording stopped.
Assalamu alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, yeah. I just wanna spread love and peace and all of my happiness, yeah, to everyone that I meet, cause I'm feeling spectacular. I love it when we love one another, give thanks every day for this life, living with a smile on my face. Assalamu alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, yeah. cherish the love that is around us. Spread peace on the earth, treasure the love that is around us. Always be kind, always remind one another. Peace on the earth every day. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, Assalamu alaikum, Assalamu alaikum, Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum assalam. Assalamu alaikum, Assalamu alaikum, Assalamu alaikum, Assalamu alaikum, yeah. Spread peace on the earth, cherish the love that is around us. Spread peace on the earth every day. Good life, good life. Allah, wanna thank you for the good life. I wanna wake up in the morning with the sun, wear a smile, go out and have some fun. Gonna take away the worries on my mind, oh, put them on one side. 'Cause every day is like a brand new story with unwritten lines. And no matter the weather, it's gonna be alright. I know my life ain't perfect, but I don't have to worry, 'cause I've got all that I need right here in my life. I know my life ain't perfect, but I like the way it's going, 'cause I've got all that I need right here in my life. Thank you for the good life, good life. Allah, wanna thank you for the good life. I leave it all in your hands, oh. Thank you for the good life, good life. Allah, wanna thank you for the good life. Hey, listen, there are things in life that money just can't buy. Happiness and love don't have a price. All the people that surround me every day, oh, I just appreciate. I love living in a brand new story with unwritten lines. And no matter the weather, it's gonna be alright. I know my life ain't perfect, but I don't have to worry, 'cause I've got all that I need right here in my life. I know my life ain't perfect, but I like the way it's going, 'cause I've got all that I need right here in my life. Thank you for the good life, good life. Allah, wanna thank you for the good life. I leave it all in your hands, oh. Good life, good life. Allah, wanna thank you for the good life. It's about being thankful and trying to understand that the more I learn, I wanna leave it all in your hand. 'Cause I know he'll always take good care of me. You've given me a good life each day. Good life, oh good life. Allah, I wanna thank you for the good life. Yes, I want to thank you, oh Allah. Thank you for the good life, good life. Allah, I wanna thank you for the good life. I leave it all in your hands. I know my life ain't perfect, but I don't have to worry, 'cause I've got all that I need right here in my life. I know my life ain't perfect, but I like the way it's going, 'cause I've got all that I need right for the good life. Oh, you came into this life, brought up as an orphan child through a time of deep despair. Oh Muhammad, your days at work began as a fair and honest man. You showed just how much you care. And one night in that cave, when the archangel came, and your life in this world will never be the same. Rasulullah, Habibullah, your light is always showing me the way. Rasulullah, Habibullah, I'm longing for the day I see your face. You brighten up my day, and in my heart you'll stay. With every breath I take, I'll never leave your way. Eyes that could light up any soul, you became the chosen one to proclaim the word of God. Oh Muhammad, in the brightness of the sun or the stillness of the night, you would never ever stop being kind, giving hope and serenity and love to a divided world that didn't have enough. Rasulullah, Habibullah, the light is always showing me the way. Rasulullah, Habibullah, I'm longing for the day I see your face. You brighten up my day, and in my heart you'll stay. With every breath I take, I'll never leave your way. Rasulullah, Habiballah, peace be upon ya. Rasulullah, Habiballah, I really love ya. Rasulullah, Habiballah, peace be upon ya. Rasulullah, Habiballah. Rasulullah, oh Rasulullah, oh Habiballah, showing me the way. Rasulullah, oh Rasulullah, oh Habiballah, day I see your face. Rasulullah, Rasulullah, Habiballah, Rasulullah, showing me the way. Rasulullah, Rasulullah, Habiballah, Rasulullah, day I see your face. You brighten up my day, and in my heart you'll stay. With every breath I take, oh Muhammad, I will never leave your way. I promise anytime you call me, it don't matter where I am, I'll always be there. Like you've been there. If you need me closer, I'll be right over. I swear, I swear. Every time that I need you by my side, every time I lose my way in life, you're my circle of life, compass and guide, there behind me. And one day when the tables finally turn, and it's me you're depending on, I'll put you first, hold you close, like you taught me. Know that I'll be there for you, for you. I promise anytime you call me, it don't matter where just don't wanna talk, and your feelings hit a wall. But that won't change the love you've raised inside this family. Everything that I do is to make you proud. I just wanna say it loud. You're my heat when I'm cold, the place I go home and always will be. Know that I'll be there for you, for you. I promise anytime you call me, it don't matter where I am, I'll always be there, like you've been there. If you need me closer, I'll be right over. I swear, I swear. I promise anytime you call me, it don't matter where I am, I'll always care for you, go anywhere for you. If you need me closer, I'll be right over. I swear. Oh, having someone to go to, having someone to love, having both is a blessing that was sent from above. Oh, I know that wherever I'll go, you'll be forever in my heart. I promise anytime you call me, it don't matter where I am, I'll always be there, like you've been there. If you need me closer, I'll be right over. I swear, I swear. I promise anytime you call me, it don't matter where I am, I'll always care for you, go anywhere for you. If you need me closer, I'll be right over. I swear. Ooh. When I learned for the first time, I know my heart wasn't prepared for just how much you'd mean to me. But Allah, how I know now that life without you there is like a bird without his wings. You are the one in my life, always right there beside me. I'm so blessed you're the one in my life, always right there to guide me, giving me It's way too late, but I'm still wide awake. 'Cause I can't sleep yet, I can't sleep yet. Got 1,000 words that won't stop running circles round in my head, round in my head. Sometimes I feel just like these days and nights will never end. But will I ever get this chance again? So I pray, yes I pray. 'Cause I know that life I'm wrong. When it's hard, I keep working. I'll never give this up. Because I know it's worth it in the end. I know it's worth it in the end. Because I know it's worth it in the end. I know it's worth it in the end. Yeah, I know sometimes I should relax my mind and take it easy, take it easy. If I find my way through every single page, then I'm a winner. I'm not a quitter, no. Sometimes I feel just like these days and nights will never end. But will I ever get this chance again? So I pray, yes I pray. 'Cause I know that life I'm wrong. When it's hard, I keep working. I'll never give this up. Because I know it's worth it in the end. I know it's worth it in the end. Because I know it's worth it in the end. I know it's worth it in the end. It's way too late, but I'm still wide awake. 'Cause I can't sleep yet, I can't sleep yet.
My father said to me, but one seed you can grow a tree. That tree will grow when you feel the dreams. If you just believe, then one day you'll see, yeah. When I'm on the case, I know it's worth it. I'm on the path now, I'm running like a circuit. Got my dreams in sight and I'm ready for the fight. Now it's time to put all out the work in, yeah. One chance, one shot. No, I won't give up. All my faith in God, that'll keep me strong. 'Cause I'm sitting here thinking about this world that we're living in. So I'm wasting all the time where others aim for the sky. Sacrifice some time for my success. I know it's worth it in the end.
Because I know it's worth it in the end. I know it's worth it, worth it in the end. Because I know it's worth it in the end. I know it's worth it, worth it. I know it's worth it in the end. When he wakes up, he wipes the sleep from his eyes. Another day at school again, weighing heavy upon his mind. Standing tall, trying to keep it cool, saying yes to everything. He's lost and down. All he cares about is to find a way of fitting in. Don't ever forget to love. Keep loving who you are. Don't ever forget you shine, shining like a star. There's something so perfect, courage in everyone. So don't ever let yourself stop loving who you are. She stood by her mirror. She's wondering how to fix her scarf. filled up with the fear of people staring from afar at the way she talks, just how she walks is tearing up her self-esteem. She's lost in doubt. All she cares about is to find a way of fitting in. Don't ever forget to love. Keep loving who you are. Don't ever forget you shine, shining like a star. There's something so perfect, courage in everyone. So don't ever let yourself stop loving who you are. No matter, ooh, you are always beautiful. No matter, you are incredible. Don't ever forget to love. Keep loving who you are. Don't ever forget you shine, shining like a star. There's something so perfect, courage in everyone. So don't ever let yourself stop loving who you are. Don't ever forget to love. Keep loving who you are. Yet today when we all come together, having fun, making beautiful memories. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Such a great day for everybody around the world. Ooh, it's time to celebrate. Oh, yeah.
चलो चलो सब ईद मनाए, जश्न मनाए खुशियों से, एक दूजे को गले लगाए, हर एक का दिल जीत ले। ईद मुबारक बोले सबको, खुशियाँ मिलकर बांट ले। ईद मुबारक बोले सबको, खुशियाँ मिलकर बांट ले।
Feeling joy on this wonderful occasion, sending peace and salutation. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Such a great day for everybody around the world. Ooh, it's time to celebrate. Oh, yeah.
चलो चलो सब ईद मनाए, जश्न मनाए खुशियों से, एक दूजे को गले लगाए, हर एक का दिल जीत ले। ईद मुबारक बोले सबको, खुशियाँ मिलकर बांट ले। ईद मुबारक बोले सबको, खुशियाँ मिलकर बांट ले।
Friends and families all joined together, smiles are left all around to shine it through. Let's make this day a day to remember. Let the peace of Allah shower you.
चलो चलो सब ईद मनाए, जश्न मनाए खुशियों से, एक दूजे को गले लगाए, हर एक का दिल जीत ले। ईद मुबारक बोले सबको, खुशियाँ मिलकर बांट ले। ईद मुबारक बोले सबको, खुशियाँ मिलकर बांट ले। चलो चलो सब ईद मनाए, जश्न मनाए खुशियों से, एक दूजे को गले लगाए, हर एक का दिल जीत ले। ईद मुबारक
I know you've walked in my shoes and get just what I'm feeling. I know you brought me up to always do the right thing. You don't need to solve all of my problems, I can try. Let me feel naive, let me feel alive, yeah. I just need a little more space to live my life and make my own decisions, looking through my eyes, oh. I'm not trying to break your trust, it's all I need. But I'm growing up now, so let me breathe, oh. I can make the right choices 'cause of all you taught me. And you know that I'm always gonna call if I say I will. You don't need to stay up and worry, I'll be alright. Let me feel naive, let me breathe the sky. I just need a little more space to live my life and make my own decisions, looking through my eyes, oh. I'm not trying to break your trust, it's all I need. But I'm growing up now, so let me breathe, oh. You have been my safety, my protector from the start. There's no way no one could try replacing you in my heart. 'Cause you've been there for me, you've always cared for me, and I will never let you down. I just need a little more space to live my life and make my own decisions, looking through my eyes, oh. I'm not trying to break your trust, it's all I need. But I'm growing up now, so let me breathe, oh. I just need a little more space to live my life and make my own decisions, looking through my eyes, oh. I'm not trying to break your trust, it's all I need. But I'm growing up now, so let me breathe, oh. Got a dream in my life, yeah.
Harris J. Yo, I'm dreaming big about it. So many days and counting. I got a blessing in my life, I couldn't live without it. So that means that I'm never doubting, I'm never doubting, and that's every day. J. Dean on the track, got Harris J. It's your biggest dream, that means you gotta strive. I know you want it so bad, just make dua. Yeah, you want paradise, cause everything ain't about this worldly life. You won't party, go club at night. Won't do bad things, nah, cause that ain't your type. Yeah, here's what you do. You gotta work hard, cause it's coming soon. So let me tell you one thing that'll help you through. Just know that paradise will come true.
Take you one day at a time. I know it's not easy to do. It's what I want most from this life. In this world, I dedicate my life to just dream about it. In this world, I'll never be afraid to dream big about it. In this world, I dedicate my life to just dream about it. In this world, I'll never be afraid to dream big about it. Come on, let's dream big about it. Dream big about it. Dream big about it. Dream big about it. You were always unselfish and sacrificed everything you risked to change life. Even when there was darkness, you broke the shackles and brought light. You called everyone to believe in Allah. Oh Muhammad, you are my hero. You are my hero. You are my hero. Always my hero. It's the way that you smiled with serenity, and how you forgave all your enemies. I will always hold your love and all your teachings in my heart. You called everyone to believe in Allah. Oh Muhammad, you are my hero. You are my hero. You are my hero. Always my hero. You are my hero. You are my hero. You are my hero. Always my hero. You are my hero and I'll keep you safe in my heart. You are my hero till the end and from the very start. You are my hero and you'll always be the best part of every single day. I will follow you. You are my hero and I'll keep you safe in my heart. You are my hero till the end and from the very start. You are my hero and you'll always be the best part of every single day. I will follow you. Hero, you're my hero. Hero, you're my hero. You are my hero. You are my hero. You are my hero. Always my hero. You are my hero. Allah, you're the light that shines above. You're the reason I never give up. You're the one I try for, live my life for, give up all I have. You're the melody, you're the key, all the inspiration I need. And when times get tough, I know you'll stand by me. You are the love I need, the one who has guided me, and you know my destiny. For you are the light, and you are my life. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh Allah, your words light up my heart. This connection I felt from the start. Never lose sight of my dreams. Without you, where would I be? And although I feel like I'm a million miles away from home, I can lose all that I have, and when I feel the pain, I know that I can count on you. You are the love I need, the one who has guided me, and you know my destiny. For you are the light, and you are my life. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. And you are my life. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. And you are my love. When I reach the final chapter, I know it's only you that matters. So I give it my all, 'cause I stand alone that day. You are the love I need, the one who has guided me, and you know my destiny. For you are the light, and you are my life. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. And you are my life. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. And you are my life. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. And you are my life. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. And you are my life. And you are my life.
Whoa, 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 yeah. I'm sitting here on this mountain. I'm thinking about your creation. It's so beautiful out here. A symphony of nature. Oh, it's taking my breath away. I'm so blessed out here today. Yeah, Allah, 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 Allah. I see the sun, the stars, the moon. I join them all in praising you. Allah, 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 Allah. I feel alive and I feel so good.
creator. Oh, and it's taking my breath away. Hey, I'm so thankful I can say, just say, Allah, 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 Allah. I see the sun, the stars, the moon. I join them all in praising you. Allah, 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 Allah. I feel alive and I feel so good. I feel so close to you. Oh, oh. And everywhere I look around me, your creation's so wonderful. And the more that I think about it, makes me love you even more. How the river finds the way to the valley, it's just so magical. And the way the night turns into day, it's a miracle. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, रोशन कर जावां ऐसा जुल्म न किया करो दुख न किसी को दिया करो जो दुनिया का मालिक है काम उसी का लिया करो अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह किया करो दुख न किसी को दिया करो जो दुनिया का मालिक है काम उसी का लिया करो अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह किया करो दुख न किसी को दिया करो जो दुनिया का मालिक है काम उसी का लिया करो अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह किया करो दुख न किसी को दिया करो जो दुनिया का मालिक है काम उसी का लिया करो अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह अल्लाह ही अल्लाह I was so far from you, yet to me you were always so close. I wandered lost in the dark. I closed my eyes to all the signs you put in my way. I walked every day further and further away from you. Ooh, Allah, you brought me home. I thank you with every breath I take. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. All praises to Allah, all praises to Allah.
Hello, Mr. Jonathan. Can you hear us?
Hello, yes I can.
Okay, your sound is very loud and clear from here.
Great.
Excuse me, sir, do you have any presentation to present for the Zoom?
Yes, I do.
And can you send us your presentation file, sir?
Should I send it or should I launch it onto the... Would you prefer me to send it to you?
Okay, thank you, sir. So we can have backup from here. Mr. Jonathan, do you want to share it by yourself, or you want us to share from here? And you can say next slide, so we can operate the slide.
No. No, I can do it. It's easier, I think, if I do it, because then I can move the slides on at my
Okay,
pace.
so you will share the slide.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
It's currently disabled, but yes, if...
Okay. And for your session, we gave you time, an hour for your session. Okay, sir?
I'm afraid that because I've had some technology problems. There have been some technology problems this morning, and I have another meeting in about 45 minutes. So I need to make it a little bit shorter than otherwise, because I wasn't able to log in on the details that were sent through to me. So
Okay. Okay, no problem, sir. Okay.
I've been sitting here for 45 minutes.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you, sir. See you later.
I know that it's better to wait, but sometimes I can't be selfish, and the only sound I hear is right now, and though my patience gets locked out, I know that it's wrong, and I wanna change. I need you here with me. Allah, 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 save me from myself. Allah, 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 Lord, I need your help. Allah, 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 save me from myself. Allah, Allah, Allah. Big lights pull me in every time. It's so hard to break a pattern, but I see clear. What's deep inside is the only thing that really matters. So tell me how to turn it around before my senses hit the ground. 'Cause I know that it's wrong, and I wanna change. I need you here with me. Allah, 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 save me from myself. Allah, Allah, Allah.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Islamic Financial Services Board Public Lecture and Regional Sustainability Forum on Sustainability-Related Risk.
Recording in progress.
Sustainability-related risk and opportunities in Asia. As we are about to begin our next session, with all due respect, all audiences are welcome to fill the available seats. We also would like to remind online guests and participants to kindly turn the microphone off, and please do not forget to put the virtual background that we have provided in the chat box. Once again, we would like to inform that Islamic Financial Services Board Public Lecture and Regional Sustainability Forum on Sustainability-Related Risk and Opportunities in Asia will begin shortly. For the safety and comfort for all the participants who joining us offline, we are asking all attendees to keep following the COVID-19 protocols. Thank you.
أتقبلهم الناس لست أقلدهم إلا بما يرضيني كي أرضيني سأكون أنا مثلي تماما هذا أنا فقناعتي تكفيني ذاك يقيني لا 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 نحتاج المال كي نزداد جمالا جوهرنا هنا في القلب تلالا لا لا نرضي الناس بما لا نرضاه لنا حالا ذاك جمالنا يسمو يتعالى كن أنت تزداد جمالا سأكون أنا من أرضى أنا لن أسعى لا لرضاهم وأكون أنا ما أهوى أنا ما لي وما لرضاهم سأكون أنا من أرضى أنا لن أسعى لا لرضاهم وأكون أنا ما هو أنا لن أرضى أنا برضاهم لا 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 نحتاج المال كي نزداد جمالا جوهرنا هنا في القلب تلالا لا لا نرضي الناس بما لا نرضاه لنا حالا ذاك جمالنا يسمو يتعالى كن أنت تزداد جمالا كن أنت تزداد جمالا
If you ask me about love and wanna know about it, my answer would be it's everything about Allah, the pure love to our souls, the creator of you and me, the heavens and the whole universe, the short time we have in this life, soon it'll all be over, and we'll be in His heaven, and we'll all be fine. So when the time gets hard, there's no way to turn. As He promised, He will always be there to bless us with His love and His mercy. 'Cause as He promised, He will always be there. He's always watching us, guiding us, and He knows what's deep in our hearts. So when you lose your way, to Allah you should turn. 'Cause as He promised, He will always be there. Allahu Akbar, 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 Allahu Akbar.
To all excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Islamic Financial Services Board Public Lecture and Regional Sustainability Forum on Sustainability-Related Risk and Opportunities in Asia. As we are about to begin, with all due respect, all audiences are welcome to fill the available seats. We also would like to remind online guests and participants to kindly turn the microphone off, and please do not forget to put the virtual background that we have proceeded in the chat box. Islamic Financial Services Board Public Lecture and Regional Sustainability Forum on Sustainability-Related Risk and Opportunities in Asia once again will begin shortly. For the safety and comfort of all participants who are joining us offline, we are asking all attendees to keep following the COVID-19 protocols. Thank you.
This special day, our hearts are full of pleasure. A day that brings the two of you close together. We're gathered here to celebrate a moment you'll always treasure. We ask Allah to make your love last forever. Let's raise our hands and make dua like the Prophet taught us. And with one voice, let's all say, 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 Barakallahu lakuma wa baraka alaykuma wa jama'a baynakuma fi khair. Barakallahu lakuma wa baraka alaykuma wa jama'a baynakuma fi khair. From now you'll share all your joys, through hardships support each other, together worshiping Allah, seeking His pleasure. We pray that He will fill your life with happiness and blessings, and grant you kids who make
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Islamic Financial Services Board Public Lecture and Regional Sustainability Forum on sustainability-related risk and opportunities in Asia. Hopefully everyone have had a very good lunch and ready for another good discussion. So now we will begin the regional seminar 2, Developing Global Standards in Sustainability with Chief Connectivity and Integrated Reporting Officer, International Sustainability Standard Board, or ISSB. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Jonathan Lebris.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and it's a great pleasure to join you today for this seminar hosted by the Islamic Financial Services Board. I'm Jonathan Lebris, the Chief Connectivity and Integrated Reporting Officer at the IFRS Foundation, and it's a great pleasure to spend a little bit of time with you today to discuss the work of the IFRS Foundation as it seeks to develop a global baseline for sustainability disclosure standards around the world. And what I would like to do today is just set out the background to the work that we're doing. Also speak a little bit about the IFRS Foundation as an organization and how we are preparing to develop these global standards for sustainability disclosure, what the ISSB's remit is in developing these standards, and then say a little bit about our recent exposure drafts, 2 exposure drafts, one on climate-related financial disclosures, and another general purposes sustainability disclosure standard exposure draft. And then just discuss, because we don't operate within a vacuum, some of the other initiatives that are taking place around the world into which the IFRS Foundation is operating. So what we see today is a sustainability reporting landscape that has developed over the last 15 years, very much on a voluntary basis around the world. And we're all familiar with the different organizations that have established themselves around the world to develop sustainability standards and frameworks. And to some degree, we think that that has created a real innovation in practice, and we've seen the benefits to capital markets and society of many businesses around the world adopting these voluntary standards. And we've seen a significant investment from businesses, from investors, and from others around the world in these voluntary standard setting organizations and applying the standards themselves. So this innovation, this investment from the market, has achieved an incredible amount of best practice around the world, these market-led approaches. However, it has also led to inconsistencies in the application of these standards. And what that means is that in a world where we're seeing global capital flows, global capital markets, there's actually we've not seen a set of standards develop for those global markets. And as a consequence, we have seen increased confusion, complexity, and cost. We've also seen a lot more reporting, but some people would argue a lot less transparency due to the difficulty in benchmarking performance and an explosion in the volume of reporting, which has made it harder from a user's perspective to really work out what is most material for the long-term value creation of organizations. We've also seen that limited global consistency. But what that means is it's very difficult to compare information between different markets and between companies in the same sector. And also, because we've taken this voluntary approach to sustainability disclosure standards over the last 10 or 15 years, there is an inequality between sustainability disclosure and financial reporting standards. If you think of the ecosystem that surrounds financial reporting standards, the assurance, the skills, the professional dedication, the robustness of those standards developed over many decades, That is simply we're lacking that level of maturity in sustainability disclosure standards, even though we now know that so much of sustainability impacts the value of our business, impacts the reputation of our organizations, impacts the interaction that we have and the relationships that we can build with our different stakeholders that ultimately have a profound impact on the value creation, the performance of the business, particularly not just in the short term, but over the medium and long term as well. And what we're trying to craft is a system, an architecture, an infrastructure for our markets that will help organizations, help companies navigate not just short-term challenges, short-term risks, but also those risks that occur over the medium and long term as well. So how do we extend our disclosure horizon? What the financial stability has called the tragedy of the horizon, the fact that we know that there are risks emerging over the next 10 or 15 years, but we are trapped in a disclosure horizon, just thinking about what happened last year and maybe what is going to happen over the next year. This tragedy of the horizon we have got to get over. We have got in our corporate reporting to reflect the risks and opportunities that we know are going to emerge over the medium and long term. And so that is what developing a global set of sustainability disclosure standards for the capital markets, for our financial system, enables us to achieve. Global comparability, standards that help us to position our organizations, to navigate the short-term risks and opportunities, but also demonstrate to stakeholders what the real long-term risks are of organizations, and translate that into understanding the enterprise value of organizations so that investors and others can allocate capital to businesses that are sharing prosperity, that are really developing sustainable business models of the future. And that has to be our goal. And so the RFS Foundation in the fourth quarter of 2020 consulted the capital markets on whether the RFS Foundation should develop a new standard setting board sitting alongside the International Accounting Standards Board that would develop these global standards for sustainability disclosure. And the more than 750 responses that we received from right around the world overwhelmingly answered that question in the affirmative. That yes, the RFS Foundation should take a position in this space, use the incredible goodwill that there is for the IFS Foundation around the world in order to develop this set of sustainability disclosure standards. And at COP26, the climate talks that took place in November of last year, the IFS Foundation made 3 key announcements. Firstly, that it would establish the International Sustainability Standards Board, a board that would sit within the IFS Foundation and sit alongside its other board, the International Accounting Standards Board. That in order to accelerate progress towards achieving the standards for capital markets, that they would bring within, under the umbrella of the IFS Foundation, the Climate Disclosure Standards Board and the Value Reporting Foundation that brings together the integrated reporting framework that connects financial reporting and sustainability reporting and the SASB standards, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board standards for capital markets, that provides industry-specific standards that really helps to provide a precision in the level of sustainability information that is available to our markets, to our capital markets. And thirdly, at the same time at COP26, the IFS Foundation published 2 prototype disclosure standards, which we then exposed to public consultation that closed in July of this year. And what we can see is that in consolidating the ESG disclosure landscape, by bringing together the CDSB, SASB, integrated reporting within the IFS Foundation's unit, we help to consolidate the language of corporate reporting and also consolidate the organizational infrastructure of corporate reporting, because our goal is to simplify a complex corporate reporting landscape. And the impact on the market of having so many organizations in the corporate reporting landscape, as we have observed was to create confusion that we are now seeking to address. And so we have brought together those organizations that are focused on providing information that is relevant to the enterprise value of organizations. And we are determined as well, not just to be an island for standards relevant to capital markets, but to engage with the broader corporate reporting landscape and cooperate with those institutions in the world that are perhaps developing their own standards that meet public policy needs. Because in the end, what we want to achieve is a comprehensive global corporate reporting system where the different standards are interoperable. There is consistency and compatibility between the different corporate reporting standards. So we believe that the IFRS Foundation is the right organization to develop these global standards for sustainability disclosure. Firstly, it is a not-for-profit organization that acts in the public interest. That is its mandate. And its three-tier governance model with a monitoring board which is chaired by IOSCO, the global securities regulators, the trustees who are responsible for the corporate governance and strategy of the organization, and then the two independent standard setting boards. We believe that that provides a structure, a governance structure that can provide legitimacy and that can provide trust and confidence in the quality of the standards that we are developing. And we've got a track record of being able to do that with the IFRS accounting standards that are now required by more than 140 jurisdictions around the world. So we will be building on that success, building on that foundation of widespread adoption for the IFRS accounting standards as well. And so this slide just demonstrates that governance structure and how the board, the trustees, and the two independent standard setting boards will fit together under one structure with a whole series actually of advisory boards that will provide strategic advice both to the trustees and to the two boards, so that we bring in that external voice, we bring in preparers and users of information, as well as those in the broader corporate reporting landscape, regulators and others, in order to inform the development of standard setting and the strategy of the IFRS Foundation going forward. Now, critical to our work is ensuring that global governments and regulators endorse the work of the ISSB and the IFRS Foundation in its standard setting work. We are not responsible for the implementation of our standards. That must be down to the jurisdictions that actually want to promote the standards and adopt those standards in their individual countries. So getting the endorsement of the G7, getting the endorsement of COP26, getting the endorsement of the G20 is a pivotal part of our strategy for enabling that process to transpire, for the standards that we develop to be adopted and implemented in jurisdictions around the world. And we were delighted in May that the G7, in their communique, issued a very warm welcome to the ISSB's work and encouraged all of their relevant stakeholders to participate in the consultations that were happening at that time on the two standards that we exposed for public consultation and that we received so much support for. Now, we've been working very hard this year to appoint a standard setting board, and you can see on this slide the board that has been appointed. And you'll see here, and you can have a look online at the resumes, CVs of the board members, but they're drawn from all around the world. They're drawn from business, from investment, from academia. They're drawn from government ministries. So there is a real different sense of diversity in this board that will help us to develop the standards and provide effective challenge as we go through the process of adopting those standards. And also that regional variation, that geographic diversity ensures that the standards that we develop can be applied in different jurisdictions, different markets around the world. And as I said, the IFRS Foundation is exposing itself to advisory groups, with different organizations around the world, businesses and investors, through the Integrated Reporting and Connectivity Council, investors through the ISSB's Investor Advisory Council, and then regulators and governments through that jurisdictional working group, making sure that the standards that we develop are compatible with standards that are being developed by jurisdictions around the world, being able to achieve that global, comprehensive corporate reporting system that is our vision. And so the ISSB's focus, the International Sustainability Standards Board's focus, is to develop this global baseline of sustainability disclosure standards, focusing on the information needs of investors. And we believe that it will help companies to provide a comprehensive set of sustainability information that will really help to orient our capital markets towards thinking about the long term and help investors to allocate capital in a more sustainable way for the long term. And at the core of our strategy is the idea of this building blocks approach. Yes, the IFRS Foundation will develop a global baseline of sustainability disclosure standards, but we recognize that that must be compatible with the requirements of jurisdictions, perhaps to develop standards that are tuned into the needs of a broader set of stakeholders. But what we don't want to do is ever again have standards working in the opposite direction, because that is bad for preparers, it's bad for users, and it's bad for society, because we then don't close down the information asymmetry that we know exists in our markets today and in our businesses, and that we believe is essential for really communicating the potential of our businesses to create value over the short, medium, and long term. And this slide really illustrates the building blocks approach. The fact that we have in different jurisdictions a broad range of sustainability standards that meet the needs of multi-stakeholders. And if you like, the work of the ISSB and the IFRS Foundation is about filtering that broad universe of information into information that is relevant to our markets, information that is relevant to an investor audience, so that they can allocate capital in a more sustainable way over the long term. Because we know that to achieve the sustainable development goals, to achieve the ambitions of all of our governments around the world, that we need to ensure that our capital markets function in the most efficient and productive way. It isn't enough to produce standards on impact. We need to produce standards that communicate the effect of the environment and society on business models and on the strategy of organizations. And we need to start thinking about disclosure, not as about compliance with a set of standards, but about how we're communicating with our different stakeholders, with our investors, and communicating how the board and top management of companies are actually allocating their resources and relationships over the short, medium, and long term. So the building blocks approach helps us to communicate the role of each of the different organizations and sets of information that we know exist in our universe, and help to filter that information for the different users that we know need to have access to information. And this compatibility between the IFRS Foundation Sustainability Disclosure Standards and, for example, GRI standards that I know from my work in Asia are so important to companies in Asia is absolutely critical to us achieving that compatibility. So we've announced already a memorandum of understanding with GRI. We've already worked very closely with GRI to make sure that we are represented on each other's consultative bodies, to make sure that we're listening to each other and contributing to each other's developments. And in future, what we're seeking to achieve is alignment between standards of the ISSB and GRI standards, making sure that the terminology is consistent to reduce the reporting burden on businesses and developing metrics that are at least consistent with one another. So again, never again do we have this perception of competition between different sets of standards, but rather a collaboration, a working together between the different organizations within the corporate reporting system. And this is now beginning to be a reality. Now, in addition to the setting of the standards, the climate standards, the general purpose reporting standards for sustainability, we believe a great opportunity that exists for bringing the IFRS Foundation together with the two boards is to achieve the connectivity of information. In other words, there needs to be consistency between the standards on accounting and standards for sustainability disclosure. So how the boards work together, how we develop a conceptual framework that links the concepts that are common to accounting and to sustainability disclosure will be absolutely critical, so that we can present, as the IFRS Foundation, a cohesive package of standards for businesses and for the capital markets, and that we have adoption of both sets of standards. So we're working very intensively on this whole area of connectivity, of bringing together the information and making sure that we can achieve that single unified package of information for our capital markets. And a critical way of being able to do that is by the IFRS Foundation using the integrated reporting framework. This is a framework which, as you will know, is based on the idea of how to communicate value creation. How are organizations creating value over the short, medium, and long term? How are they using their different resources, what we call the 6 capitals in the language of integrated reporting, in order to create outputs, products and services, but also outcomes for the business in terms of a more highly skilled workforce, but also outcomes for society in terms of better healthcare outcomes, higher employment, a more productive and happier society. So how do we ensure that businesses are able to communicate the full breadth of value that they create for their investors and for their other stakeholders? Well, the integrated reporting framework is one way of enabling businesses to do that. And the IFRS Foundation, the 2 boards of the IFRS Foundation now own this framework, and we're working together to identify a strategy for making the integrated reporting framework embedded within the work of the Foundation, both in terms of standards and a commitment to a long-term role for a corporate reporting framework. And so finally, just to speak a little bit about the exposure drafts that we released earlier this year, and the consultation closed in July, the end of July, and the board of the ISSB met for the first time 2 weeks ago to examine the responses, the incredible amount of responses that we received from Asia, but also from around the world, over 1,400 responses to that consultation, which I think is a record for the IFRS Foundation, so real interest in the disclosure standards. And what the general requirement standard asks companies to do is report on all risks and opportunities that are relevant to sustainability, and where there is not currently an ISSB standard, to use the SASB standards, the CDSB framework, and other standards. So in other words, let's not wait for the ISSB to develop a sector-specific standard or a thematic standard. Use those SASB standards, use the CDSB framework in order to report on your material risks and opportunities as they relate to climate and other sustainability matters. And what you will see in the work of the ISSB is that we have developed an architecture, a structure for the standards that is based heavily on TCFD, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. So the 4 pillars of TCFD, governance, strategy, risk management, metrics and targets, are embedded in the standards that we have developed. And what I also want to say is that one of the fundamental principles of the ISSB is that we're not trying to create a whole new set of standards, a whole new layer of standards. We're trying to use existing standards, existing practice, so that we're not adding to that layer of complexity. So you will see references to integrated reporting, to TCFD, to the SASB standards, to the CDSB framework, because we're using that expertise that has been developed over the last 10 or 15 years, and we're embedding that within the standards that we're developing as the ISSB. And you can see here that the structure is very much consistent with those TCFD recommendations. So we're creating that common structure for these global standards on sustainability disclosure. And so what the general requirements exposure draft requires companies to do is provide material information on significant sustainability-related risks and opportunities that are necessary to assess enterprise value. So that really is the breadth of the general requirements exposure draft. And I think people were surprised at the breadth of that exposure draft. And many companies welcomed in the consultation, welcome the fact that we're not waiting for different thematic standards to come through over time, that we're actually getting on and enabling companies to communicate their broad sustainability risks and opportunities. And the information must provide and enable an assessment of the effects of sustainability-related risks and opportunities on a company's enterprise value. So really focusing in on here on the significant sustainability-related risks and opportunities. And what is critical here is that we're requiring information that is material for a company. So it really must potentially influence the decisions that investors would make when assessing enterprise value. So that really is the test, the threshold for determining whether the information is material. And also a key feature of the general requirements exposure draft was the need for consistency with the financial disclosures and also connections between the accounting standard, accounting information, and the sustainability information. So really explaining those linkages of information and using consistent language, using consistent assumptions where that is relevant as well. And then we move on to the climate exposure draft. And here, again, the standard is familiar for those who use the TCFD recommendations and also the SASB climate-related industry-based requirements, because they really do embed and use those two resources. And the climate exposure draft requires disclosure about physical risks, transition risks, and then, of course, climate-related opportunities. So it isn't just about risk, it's also about ensuring the business is talking about climate-related opportunities and how does that relate to the business model and the strategy of the organization? How are we embedding climate in the core decision-making of the business? And we can see here in the language used in the exposure draft, how the recommendations of TCFD and the SASB standards are used in a very practical way in those standards, as well as the industry-based requirements that have been developed by the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board. And we see here that the scope of the standard is looking at transition planning, climate resilience, and also scope 1 to 3 emissions. So I think really information that you will be familiar with in traditional sustainability reports and using TCFD and the SASB standards. And I just want to conclude by saying that the work of the ISSB does not operate in a vacuum. We are aware that there are other initiatives happening in Asia, in the US, in the European Union, and we are determined to build bridges and build dialogue with relevant organizations in different jurisdictions to ensure that the standards that we develop are consistent and compatible with the needs of local jurisdictions. And so we have established a jurisdictional working group that brings in, for example, the Ministry of Finance in China, the Japanese FSA, the FCA in the UK, EFRAG in the European Union, and the US SEC, just to give you a flavor of the organizations involved in that jurisdictional working group that really help to build that dialogue so that we can create, as I said, the opportunity, once and for all, for a globally accepted and comprehensive corporate reporting system on a global basis. With that, I will say thank you very much for the opportunity to share these developments with you at your important seminar today. And I hope to be able to engage with you again in the future and hopefully in person when I next travel to Southeast Asia. Thank you very much indeed for your time and the opportunity to spend a little bit of time with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lebre, for your meaningful session. And ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting for the next speaker to be ready, we're gonna have a short break before next session. And then we're gonna back in this area for the third session with regulatory and policy considerations in addressing sustainability-related risk and opportunities. Once again, we'll let you to have a short break before we go back to this area. Thank you. Kami juga ingin menginformasikan kepada Bapak Ibu dan rekan DEX sehubungan dengan pelaksanaan ISEF ke-9 tahun 2022 yang dilaksanakan pada tanggal 5 sampai dengan 9 Oktober 2022. Kami informasikan untuk konsumsi dapat diambil di tempat berikut. Yang pertama adalah panitia DEX di ruang sekretariat DEX, lalu panitia non-DEX ini di mezanin, pengisi island di mezanin, peserta forum di Kasuari Lounge, untuk media di Plenary Dome. Dan untuk informasi lebih lanjut dapat menghubungi Ibu Nursyam atau Saudari Ika. Dan juga akan ada souvenir di akhir sesi nanti. Terima kasih.
Whenever I call out your name, lift up my hands, bow down to pray. I feel so good, it's all because of you. You are the one in my life, always right there beside me. I'm so blessed, you're the one in my life, always right there to guide me. I'm so blessed, you're the one in my life, always right there beside me. I'm so blessed, you're the one in my life, always right there to guide me, giving me strength, you're the one. It's way too late, but I'm still wide awake, 'cause I can't sleep yet, I can't sleep yet. Got 1,000 words that won't stop running circles round in my head, round in my head. Sometimes I feel just like these days and nights will never end, but will I ever get this chance again? So I pray, yes I pray, 'cause I know that life I walk when it's hard, I keep working, I'll never give this up, because I know it's worth it in the end. I know it's worth it in the end, because I know it's worth it in the end. I know it's worth it in the end. Yeah, I know sometimes I should relax my mind and take it easy, take it easy. If I find my way through every single page, then I'm a winner, I'm not a quitter, no. Sometimes I feel just like these days and nights will never end, but will I ever get this chance again? So I pray, yes I pray, 'cause I know that life I want I can't sleep yet. I can't sleep yet.
My father said to me, plant one seed, you can grow a tree. That tree will grow when you feel the dreams. If you just believe, then one day you'll see, yeah. When I'm on the case, I know it's worth it. I'm on the path now, I'm running like a circuit. Got my dreams in sight, and I'm ready for the fight. Now it's time to put a lot of work in, yeah. One chance, one shot. No, I won't give up. On my faith, big God, that'll keep me strong. Cause I'm sitting here thinking about this world that we're living in. So I'm wasting all the time where others aim for the sky. Sacrifice some time for my success. I know it's worth it in the end.
Because I know it's worth it in the end. I know it's worth it, it's worth it in the end. Because I know it's worth it in the end. I know it's worth it, it's worth it. I know it's worth it in the end. 6 a.m. when he wakes up, he wipes the sleep from his eyes. Another day at school again, weighing heavy upon his mind. Standing tall, trying to keep it cool, saying yes to everything. He's lost and down, all he cares about is to find a way of fitting in. Don't ever forget to love, keep loving who you are. Don't ever forget you shine, shining like a star. There's something so perfect, courage in everyone. So don't ever let yourself stop loving who you are. She stood by her mirror, she's wondering how to fix her scarf, filled up with the fear of people staring from afar at the way she talks, just how she walks is tearing up her self-esteem. She's lost in doubt, all she cares about is to find a way of fitting in. Don't ever forget to love, keep loving who you are. Don't ever forget you shine, shining like a star. There's something so perfect, courage in everyone. So don't ever let yourself stop loving who you are. No matter, ooh, you are always beautiful. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Such a great day for everybody around the world. Ooh, it's time to celebrate. Oh, yeah.
चलो चलो सब ईद मनाए जश्न मनाए खुशियों से एक दूजे को गले लगाए हर एक का दिल जीत ले ईद मुबारक बोले सबको खुशियां मिलकर बांट ले ईद मुबारक बोले सबको खुशियां मिलकर बांट ले
Feeling joy on this wonderful occasion, sending peace out, salutation. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Such a great day for everybody around the world. Ooh, it's time to celebrate. Oh, yeah.
चलो चलो सब ईद मनाए जश्न मनाए खुशियों से एक दूजे को गले लगाए हर एक का दिल जीत ले ईद मुबारक बोले सबको खुशियां मिलकर बांट ले ईद मुबारक बोले सबको खुशियां मिलकर बांट ले
Friends and families all joined together, smiles are left all around to shine it through. Let's make this day a day to remember. Let the peace of Allah shower you.
चलो चलो सब ईद मनाए जश्न मनाए खुशियों से एक दूजे को गले लगाए हर एक का दिल जीत ले ईद मुबारक बोले सबको खुशियां मिलकर बांट ले ईद मुबारक बोले सबको खुशियां मिलकर बांट ले चलो चलो सब ईद मनाए जश्न मनाए खुशियों से एक दूजे को गले लगाए हर एक का दिल जीत ले ईद मुबारक बोले सबको खुशियां मिलकर बांट ले ईद मुबारक बोले सबको खुशियां मिलकर बांट ले चलो चलो सब ईद मनाए जश्न मनाए खुशियों से एक दूजे को गले लगाए हर एक का दिल जीत ले ईद मुबारक बोले सबको खुशियां मिलकर बांट ले ईद मुबारक बोले सबको खुशियां मिलकर बांट ले
I know you've walked in my shoes and get just what I'm feeling. I know you brought me up to always do the right thing. You don't need to solve all of my problems, I can try. Let me feel naive, let me feel alive, yeah. I just need a little more space to live my life and make my own decisions, looking through my eyes. Oh, I'm not trying to break your trust, it's all I need, but I'm growing up now, so let me breathe. Oh, I'll commit the right choices 'cause of all you taught me, and you know that I'm always gonna call if I say I will. You don't need to stay up and worry, I'll be alright. Let me feel naive, let me burn the sky. I just need a little more space to live my life and make my own decisions, looking through my eyes. Oh, I'm not trying to break your trust, it's all I need, but I'm growing up now, so let me breathe. Oh, you have been my safety, my protector from the start. There there's no way no one could try replacing you in my heart. 'Cause you've been there for me, you've always cared for me, and I will never let you down. I just need a little more space to live my life and make my own decisions, looking through my eyes. Oh, I'm not trying to break your trust, it's all I need, but I'm growing up now, so let me breathe. Oh, I just need a little more space to live my life and make my own decisions, looking through my eyes. Oh, I'm not trying to break your trust, it's all I need, but I'm growing up now, so let me breathe. Oh, got a dream in my life, yeah. I pray that it will happen. Devote all my time, yeah, more than you could ever know. I do it all with a smile, yeah. I go a million miles, yeah, in this world. I dedicate my life to just dream about it. In this world, I'll never be afraid to dream big about it. Come on, let's dream big about it. Dream big about it. Dream big about it. Dream big about it. If I didn't fly higher, then I could touch the sky. It's a really tough climb, yeah, but I'm aiming for the next line. I do it all with a smile, yeah. I go a million miles, yeah, in this world. I dedicate my life to just dream about it. In this world, I'll never be afraid to dream big about it. Come on, let's dream big about it. Dream big about it. Dream big about it. Dream big about it.
J. Dean, here is J. Yo, I'm dreaming big about it. So many days and counting. I got a blessing in my life, I couldn't live without it. So that means that I'm never doubting, nah. And that's every day. J. Dean on the track, got here is J. It's your biggest dream, that means you gotta strive. I know you want it so bad, just make dua. Yeah, you want paradise, cause everything ain't about this worldly life. You want party, go club at night. Don't do bad things, nah, cause that ain't your type. Yeah, here's what you do. You gotta work hard, cause it's coming soon. Let me tell you one thing that'll help you through. Just know that paradise will come true.
Take you one day at a time. I know it's not easy to do. It's what I want most from this life. In this world, I dedicate my life to just dream about it. In this world, I'll never be afraid to dream big about it. In this world, I dedicate my life to just dream about it. unselfish and sacrificed everything you risked to change life. Even when there was darkness, you broke the shackles and brought light. You called everyone to believe in Allah. Oh Muhammad, you are my hero. You are my hero. You are my hero. Always my hero. It's the way that you smiled with serenity, and how you forgave all your enemies. I will always hold your love and all your teachings in my heart. You called everyone to believe in Allah. Oh Muhammad, you are my hero. You are my hero. You are my hero. Always my hero. You are my hero. You are my hero. You are my hero. Always my hero. You are my hero and I'll keep you safe in my heart. You are my hero till the end and from the very start. You are my hero and you'll always be the best part of every single day. I will follow you. You are my hero and I'll keep you safe in my heart. You are my hero till the end and from the very start. You are my hero and you'll always be the best part of every single day. I will follow you. Hero, you're my hero.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Oh Allah, you're the light that shines above. You're the reason I never give up.
We can hear you, ma'am. In a moment.
And you can hear me as well?
Yes, sir. I can hear you loud and clear. And in
Perfect.
Okay, in a moment, we will start your session, okay?
We're all ready. Whenever
Okay,
you
thank
tell us.
Okay, thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Islamic Financial Services Board Public Lecture and Regional Sustainability Forum on Sustainability-Related Risk and Opportunities in Asia will begin shortly. For the safety and comfort of all participants who joining us online and offline, we are asking all attendees to keep following the COVID-19 protocols. Thank you. And as we are about to begin, with all due respect, all audiences are welcome to fill the available seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. And we're gonna start the next session, which is Regional Seminar 3 panel. The discussion will about regulatory and policy considerations in addressing sustainability-related risk and opportunities with our moderator, Senior Islamic Finance Specialist, Islamic Development Bank ISDB. Please welcome Mr. Syed Faik Najib.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, good morning. Salamat siang, salamat hari to everyone. Welcome to this IFSB regional seminar on sustainability-related risks and opportunities in Asia. Let me start by apologizing. I couldn't be there with you all today physically, but I'm happy to be part of this panel online. I have had the privilege to be in Indonesia 6 times before. I really appreciate the hospitality of the beautiful country, specifically for the ISEF, Indonesia Sharia Economic Festival. I was there in Surabaya in 2018, and I really appreciate the authorities for hosting such a large event. Now, today we are here in this panel to talk about regulatory and policy considerations in addressing sustainability-related risks and opportunities. This is a very important topic, very timely as well. We have seen the impact from climate and climate change-related risks, general sustainability-related risks in general across the world. Recently, we've been talking about the country of Pakistan. Pakistan has a population almost similar to the size of Indonesia, but there was very severe flooding over there. Almost one was underwater. So myself from the Islamic Development Bank, from the Islamic Development Bank Institute, we are a development bank, and we are committed in doing our part in helping our member countries. The ISDB group, the member countries are all 57 Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which includes Indonesia as well. Ourselves at the Islamic Development Bank, we are fully aligned with the Paris Agreement, and we have climate finance of 35% of our total commitments by 2020. Specifically, us at the ISDB Institute, we are happy to partner with international organizations such as the Islamic Financial Services Board in supporting these institutions in developing standards on sustainability, developing policies regarding sustainability. I'm sure we can share with you all today that I'm part of the IFSB's technical committee. We have recommended the IFSB to work on a new standard, new regulatory and supervisory standard, directly on this topic, on the regulatory considerations in addressing sustainability risks and opportunities for the Islamic financial services industry. I also want to share that ourselves at the Islamic Development Bank Institute, we are working with various agencies, including the United Nations agencies, similar to the topic today, which is focusing on the sustainability considerations in Asia. We at the Islamic Development Bank Institute, together with the Islamic Development Bank Group, are partnering with the United Nations Environment Finance Initiative on a project focusing on the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa. And the topic is on scaling up climate finance and engaging the institutions, specifically the Islamic financial institutions, to scale up climate finance. We are also going to be participating next month in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, COP27, where we will be discussing, apart from climate, on issues related to sustainability. And if any of you are going to be joining COP27, I would like to welcome you to join the ISDB Group's Pavilion, which will be hosted and which will be in place in the COP27 event in Sharm el-Sheikh. Now, I have done my point of introduction, so without further ado, it's now time for me to bring our panelists to the spotlight. We have two very competent, very well experienced ladies in this panel, and we will follow the sequence as in the program. I will introduce the panelists and invite them to speak for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then towards the end we will have a few minutes dedicated for question and answers. So let me start with Miss Rodora Brazil de Vera, who is also with her nickname Bang, the Deputy Director from the Supervisory Policy and Research Department at the Bangko Sentral Ang Philippines. She is the co-chair of the Financial Supervision Sector's Technical Working Group on Sustainable Finance, as well as the Central Bank of Philippines bank-wide working group that is tasked to implement the initiatives under the Sustainable Central Banking Program. She has more than 18 years of experience in policy development and financial supervision, so it is timely we hear from her about the regulatory and policy considerations in sustainable related risk. So, Bang, the floor is yours. We look forward to hearing from you.
Hello, thank you. To my colleagues in this, hello. I hope that you can hear me clearly.
Very well.
Okay, thank you. To my colleagues in this session and to everyone participating in this forum, a pleasant afternoon and morning to everyone. On behalf of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, we thank the Islamic Financial Services Board and the Bank Indonesia for organizing this event and for inviting the BSP to be part of this important initiative. And we are pleased to share with you the BSP's initiatives in promoting the sustainable agenda. And I hope that this forum will serve as a venue for sharing insights and lessons learned and usher us closer towards our climate and sustainability goals. I have a very short deck to accompany my talk. May I request the... Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So on the second slide, okay, so just like Indonesia, the Philippines is one of the countries that are most vulnerable to climate risks and other environmental hazards due to its geographical location. And we have all seen the devastating impact of unprecedented severe weather events or natural hazards on individuals, families, businesses, and properties, creating economic and social consequences. In response to this, the Philippines committed to greenhouse gas emissions reduction of 75% as reflected in our nationally determined contributions. The government also recognizes that the impacts of climate change should be addressed to meet our long-term aspirations as reflected in our Philippine Development Plan. Moreover, the country committed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. On its part, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas has also implemented sustainability-related initiatives, being a regulator or a supervisor, a part of the whole of government collaboration, and as an organization. So this led to the adoption of the Sustainable Central Banking Program in 2020, to formally recognize the sustainability agenda as one of its strategic trusts. So this involves the alignment of existing policies with this agenda and also an assessment of how the BSP can embed sustainability principles in fulfilling its mandates. So the BSP's roles as enabler, mobilizer, and doer with respect to advocating sustainability in the financial system are embodied in this strategic program. So as an enabler, the BSP fosters a policy environment conducive to the promotion of sustainable finance. So this includes the development and issuance of enabling regulations that afford financial institutions to take a proportionate approach in scaling sustainable finance. And as a mobilizer, the BSP leads the financial institution to make environmentally and socially responsible business decisions. This includes the investment decisions towards green or sustainable projects. And as a doer, the BSP adheres to the same standards set for our supervised financial institutions, demonstrating our commitment to this sustainability agenda. And on the next slide, advocating the sustainability agenda is in line with the BSP's mandates to maintain price stability and promote financial stability. So we are cognizant that the risks and opportunities that come with climate change and the safety and soundness concern that it could pose on individual financial institution and the entire system. And second, the evolving nature of sustainable finance concepts and practices. And as against this backdrop, the BSP has taken a phased approach to issuing enabling regulations. So these regulations are intended to be flexible and proportionate to the size, risk profile, and complexity of operations of banks. And they are geared towards the effective management of environmental and social risks. So the sustainable finance-related issuances of the BSP are anchored on existing governance framework that emphasizes the importance of the tone set from the top. And it sets out the duties and responsibilities of the board in establishing the strategic trust and embedding risk consciousness across the organization. So in line with this, the BSP has already released 3 circulars in promoting sustainable finance. First, we have issued the Sustainable Finance Framework in April 2020. This provides broad supervisory expectations on banks to integrate sustainability principles in their governance and risk management framework, as well as in their strategic directions and operations. Second, we released the Environmental and Social Risk Management Framework in October 2021. So that was last year. So this one provides granular expectations on the management of environmental and social risks in relation to the credit and operational risk exposures of banks. So under this framework, we expect the board to set strategic environmental and social objectives, which cover short, medium, and long-term time horizons. So we do not mandate the banking industry to set certain credit quotas on credit or sustainable projects, or to abruptly change their risk appetite. Instead, we expect the banks to progressively increase their loan portfolio or their loan allocations to green or sustainable projects in accordance with their set strategies and objectives. So that's from the credit side. And now from an operational risk side, we have seen that the pandemic and the impact of severe weather events can cause business disruptions. Therefore, banks should assess the impact of climate risks and other environmental risks on their operations. They should cover the evaluation of the capability of the bank to withstand disruptions, how to quickly resume operations so that they could continue to provide financial services or products to their clients the soonest possible time. So the results of this assessment should feed into the potential enhancement of the business continuity plans of banks. Then in August 2022, just 2 months ago, we released the guidelines on the integration of sustainability principles for investment activities of banks. So this circular covers the investment of banks in debt and equity securities that are lodged in the banking book, or those that are not being traded. So we expect banks to consider their sustainability objectives in their investment activities and ensure that such investment does not contribute to sectors considered to have harmful effects to the environment or society. And just recently, we also released a guidance to all our banks describing the BSP's minimum expectations as embodied in this regulations that I mentioned earlier. The guidance also provides information and reference to the publications of the NGFS and the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, among others, to support the adoption and development of environmental and social risk management system of banks consistent with the principle of proportionality. So underlying this journey, sustainability journey, is the continuing building of capacity and reskilling to expand capabilities of our supervised entities and of course our supervisors. So in this respect, we actively participate as members of various local, regional and global associations that promote sustainable finance. And we also conducted a preliminary study on the effects of severe weather conditions on the performance of the Philippine banking sector. So the results of the study showed that extreme weather events led to the contraction of the loan and deposit growth and a deterioration in loan quality as reflected in the increase in non-performing loans. So indeed, extreme weather events affect the credit and liquidity risk exposures of banks. And also those banks located in areas that are frequently visited by typhoons also have high operational risk exposures. On the next slide, so what are the next steps on the BSP's initiative? Well, sustainable finance is a very broad topic and many things have yet to be learned and to be done. So, but at the BSP, we are set to issue further guidelines that will cover climate risk stress testing, the prudential reporting, and of course, enhancement of our disclosure requirements in relation to the finalization of the sustainability reporting standards, and also identify measures to incentivize financing of green or sustainable projects. So earlier, I mentioned that the sustainable finance regulations are geared towards effective management of environmental and social risks. So we believe that understanding and effectively managing such risks would unlock the investment or financing opportunities for green or sustainable projects. There are existing regulations of the BSP that already incentivize our banks to finance this type of projects. And to further accelerate the mobilization of funds, the BSP is looking at other potential regulatory incentives that may be granted to them to promote green lending, such as the use of preferential rediscount rates or provision of higher loan values. There are also legislative measures that recognize or allow the use of sustainable finance as an eligible mode of compliance with mandatory credits, for instance, for the agriculture sector and rural development. So next in line is the completion of our climate stress testing exercise, which is an ongoing initiative of the BSP in collaboration with the World Bank. So the results of this activity will inform the policy development of climate risk stress testing guidelines and enhancements of call reports that could facilitate identification and collection of relevant data and its analysis. On collaboration, we have an interagency technical working group on sustainable finance, or what we call the Green Force. So this is comprised of various government agencies led by the Department of Finance. And the Green Force is tasked to promote sustainable finance by establishing a comprehensive action plan to institutionalize and accelerate the growth of sustainable finance and develop a pipeline of potential sustainable investments. So the team released the two important documents, the Philippine Sustainable Finance Roadmap and the Guiding Principles last October 2021. And working clusters were subsequently created to operationalize the same. So one of the working clusters that were created is on sustainable financial ecosystem. So this is composed of the BSP, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Insurance Commission. So these regulators will review their existing guidelines to arrive at common standards on sustainable finance, covering the areas of governance, the risk management, disclosure, and ESG products. They will also develop the sustainable finance taxonomy. And we are at the initial stage right now of designing our local taxonomy. And similar to the approach of at the ASEAN level, the development will be an iterative process and will focus initially on the environmental aspect, including climate change. So lastly, there is no doubt that capacity building activities is a continuing pursuit. We observe that there are mixed perceptions on the business case of sustainable finance across banks. So we need to level this understanding. So what the BSP will do is to continue to partner with various development agencies and also with industry associations in offering capacity building activities for supervised institutions to deepen knowledge and enhance skill set in relation to the management of climate risk. So apart from banks, education and awareness of different stakeholders should also be intensified to enable them to carry out their respective roles in action, in the call for action. So the corporations and businesses need to be made aware of the impact of their operations on environmental objectives and the measures that they should adopt for more sustainable operations. So in closing, let me leave 3 important points. First, we do not need to reinvent the wheel. The development of sustainability-related guidelines should anchor on existing governance and risk management framework. And we just need to underscore the responsibility of the board, the tone from the top, and the collective accountability across the organization. Second is we need to strengthen collaboration with relevant stakeholders in promoting the sustainability agenda. The efforts of the supervisors is only part of the big pie of potential solutions. But this could be reinforced by the shared responsibility of government agencies and the private sector, particularly the financial institution, in scaling up sustainable finance. And third, we need to equip our team. We can benefit from the regional and global conversations on sustainable finance and in fora such as this. And we should not stop learning as sustainable finance is an evolving field. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bank. We are really impressed to see the holistic framework which is in place in Philippines. We would really love to, particularly us at the ISDB Institute, will be happy to collaborate with you more to understand more about your circulars, about your proportionate regulations, because you mentioned a very important point at the start of your presentation, that balancing the financial stability mandate while encouraging sustainability and climate action. So this is a very important point. I'm sure our participants will also have some questions for you on that later. But let me now turn to the local lady, our host country's lady, Ms. Clarita Ligaya Iskandar, who is the Director of Macroprudential Policy Department at Bank Indonesia. And if I'm not mistaken, she has been with Bank Indonesia for maybe more than 25 years in departments related to economics, research, monetary policy, macroprudential policy. So very, very loyal staff of Bank Indonesia. And, let me also say that with this balanced panel, we are also achieving SDG 5, which is gender equality, women empowerment. So without further ado, Ms. Clarita, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Pike. It's my Voice clear enough?
Yes, very clear, very
All
clear.
right, thank you. Thank you. So to my panelists, colleague from Bank Central of Philippines, and also the seminar participant. So it's a good afternoon, a very good afternoon to you all. First of all, let me join Ms. Rodora De Vera as well to thank the IFSB for who has arranged this seminar and give the opportunity for Bank Indonesia to share our views on the climate-related risk to the financial system and how Bank Indonesia could contribute to support on the ongoing process of transition to the low-carbon economy. So let me start with the first slides. This first slide is actually just to give us an illustration. The next one, please. Yes. So this slide is just to give us an illustration on how important and how significant the potential risk coming from the climate change to our economy. And the risk isn't something that is far beyond horizon, but it is real and actually it's just right before our eyes. So in January 22nd, the World Economic Forum reported that over the next 10 years, next slide please, environmental risks are perceived to be the top global risk by severity. So these environmental related risks consist of the failure in climate risk, extreme weather, as well as the biodiversity loss. And the risk survey conducted by Bank Indonesia also pointed out similar result. So where risk in the environmental cluster, which is here is shown in the green circle, have a high probability and impact for the outlook. And it shows an upward trend both in the scale of probability and intensity of impact. So how does climate change can affect the economy? Next slide, based on the data from the Ministry of National Development Planning, in Indonesia, the economic losses due to the climate change have reached around 100 trillion rupiah or IDR annually, and this is without any adjustment. With the increase of 3.2 degree in temperature, the GDP loss is expected to escalate to reach around 40% of GDP in 2048. So the expected loss is higher compared to global average, which is 18% GDP in 2050. As Indonesia is highly relies on maritime and agriculture sectors. However, on the other side, we can see that the rising concern toward climate change also brought upon investment opportunities. In Indonesia, the green infrastructure and renewable energy sectors potentially attract investment approximately around 800 billion US dollar, which is the highest among the countries in the region. So the next question will be why central bank put concerns on the environmental issues. So there are at least two risks associated with the climate change, which is physical risk and transition risk. Both could give monetary impact through increase in price volatility due to the deteriorating agriculture productivity, as well as an exchange rate pressure due to changing global investor preference. Furthermore, the climate-related risk also related with the risk to financial stability through potential increase in credit risk, increase in risk premium, or even limited or lower source of financing. So with that background, there are at least three important roles for the central banks. First is to ensure that the macroeconomy and financial sectors remain resilient from the impact of climate change related risk. The second would be, it is to support a just, orderly, and affordable transition through encouraging sustainable finance and strengthening supporting infrastructure, which is data availability, disclosure, awareness, and etc. And the third one will be is to through coordination and synergy with other authorities, which is domestic and international, in managing climate-related financial risk and harmonizing transition in financial sector. So the next two slides here will give us an overall picture on the benefits of adopting green transition technology. So the upper left side graph shows that the ESG-oriented firms demonstrated a better performance in terms of a higher growth of sales compared to the non-ESG firms. Also a better repayment capacity and profitability. So a more solid financial performance also shown by the brown firms, which put effort to transition into renewable energy. So this is shown on the upper right side graph. So the other benefit from implementing ESG is access to financing. So financing for sectors supporting renewable energy is increasing in the last 5 years, while financing for brown sectors are actually showing the different or the opposite trend, which is decelerating. Financing for renewable energy mostly came from the external debt. On the other hand, support from the external debt to the brown sector is shown a decreasing trend. And in terms of pricing as well, the ESG-oriented sectors receive more favorable interest rate compared to the brown sectors. So let's move to the What Bank Indonesia initiative on the green finance area. So first, the Bank Indonesia Green Initiative was first initiated in 2010. So it's quite like 12 years ago. And currently we are in the stage of developing more green initiatives. One of them you can see on the red box. One of them is the green macroprudential policy. So why developing macroprudential green policy is important. So the next slide shows us that the main consideration is because banks are the largest carbon emitters nationally. This aligned to ISO 14064 in 2018, banks have to proportionally recognize the emission from their debtors as banks' emission. So as a consequence, bank must increase the portion of their green financing to reduce its carbon emission, meaning banks become catalysts for the transformation of debtors to become greener. In this case, so the macroprudential policy would urge the banks to increase their green portfolio. Slide 12 here will give us a picture, give us an idea of what Bank Indonesia currently implement the regulations regarding with the green finance. So currently, we already have 2 regulations to support the green finance, which is green LTV and green inclusive financing ratio. So for the green LTV, it is an enhancement on existing LTV regulations. So in 2019, we gave an additional 10% LTV ratio for green housing loan and also for down payment for electric vehicle loans. And since 2020, the LTV for green property loans could reach the maximum of 100, and the down payment, we can say that the down payment for electric vehicle loans is 0, or there is no down payment. The other green macroprudential policy here is through the implementation of green macroprudential inclusive financing ratio. So basically, this regulation is intended to promote bank sustainable financing, which in this case include the SMEs and also the green sectors. Then with current regulation, the bank can fulfill their inclusive financing ratio requirement by purchasing the green bond. Furthermore, we can see Bank Indonesia in coordination with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and as well with the coordinating Ministry of Investment, we have developed of what we call a carbon calculator. So this is basically a tools to support the firms in calculating their carbon emissions and fulfill their carbon disclosure requirements, which is set by the Global Sustainability Reporting Standard that require firms to annually publish their carbon emission reduction target, strategy, and as well as developments. The tool to calculate carbon emission, it will be available for free and can be adopted voluntarily. And the more important thing is that by using the carbon calculator, the firms can conduct a carbon emission self-measurement that will be assured by a public accountant. Last but not least, Bank Indonesia is actively engaged in promoting public awareness of the importance of climate-related risk and escalating the green finance. In this case, Bank Indonesia has an active role in various discussions on both in domestic as well in international fora on sustainable financing. So we are actively involved in the G20 Financial Stability Board and also the regional fora, which is ASEAN and EMEA. So with this slide, it will be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clarita. Again, very informative, and of course, Indonesia coming from the G20 perspective. We were very delighted to see the macroprudential measures in terms of encouragements in green financing as well as electric vehicle financing by adjusting the LTVs. And I'm sure this carbon calculator is something which is really very interesting and very timely. And I'm sure, you know, I would be very interested to know about that calculator as well. And, you know, how was it developed and is it available to us to also learn from it? But now it's time for a discussion, for a Q&A session. We would like to invite the participants to please, you know, feel free to ask any questions from any of the presentations we've had today. We would like to ask the physical organizers for help. If there are any questions from the physical participants, for those of you who are online, please feel free to raise your hand or put them in the chat box. I think one of the questions which has just come is, can we have the presentation materials? And of course, I mean, I would also love to have both these presentation materials. These are very useful, very informative. I'm sure we would be happy to collaborate with you more on that. But if there are any questions from the audience in the seminar room, please, if the organizers can, you know, help us have access to those questions. But let me maybe start while we are. We can see the audience in the room. Are there any questions from there? Please let me know. Okay, while we're waiting for the questions from the room, let me start the ball rolling. And Bang, I want to start actually with you because, you know, I did mention to you that, you know, balancing the financial stability mandate while encouraging climate action. So, you know, to the 3 circulars which BSP has, you know, issued, as well as, you know, to integrate sustainability risk management by the financial institutions, how has the experience been so far for the Philippines? Now, this is a very difficult question because you're a regulator, but then you have the banks. And, you know, let me be the neutral umpire here. So I'm not a banker in Philippines, I'm not a regulator. But how's the experience been? How receptive in the industry? Is it actually taking up?
Hello, good afternoon. I should say that banks are in different stages of integrating sustainability principles in their operations. You know, prior to the implementation or the issuance of the Sustainable Finance Framework in April 2020, there are already banks that integrate sustainability principles in their operations. First, they started with lending to, similar to what Ms. Clarita mentioned earlier, they also provide funding or loans to renewable energy projects and energy efficiency solutions. So they also provide technical advice to their potential borrowers. And as they progress, these lending programs were expanded to cover also the agriculture side and also the small and medium enterprises. And as they gain maturity in this space, you know, they also adhered to sustainability reporting, wherein they issue sustainability reports containing or disclosing their respective strategies in ESG, their achievements, or rather contributions to the achievement of the sustainable development goals. And lastly, we have a number of banks that also issue green, social, and sustainability bonds. And last, I think there's also a recent issuance on blue bonds. So if I may also state some data, the total sustainable bonds have already reached 1.3 billion for those issued in foreign currency. And for the peso-denominated bonds, it's reached $153 billion. So around 29 billion were allocated or were issued as social bonds and targeting the small, medium enterprises because they are the ones that were hardly hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this stage, let me...
Sorry, just to interrupt. If I may also add, for the small banks, we are actually actively cascading capacity building activities for them since we think that they should be the one that have to be more aware of the impact of climate risk to their operations.
Yes, definitely. And it's usually the smaller institutions which also require a lot of support, and guidance in terms of technical assistance from the regulators, from the international organizations. But let me jump at this stage to Ms. Clarita, because there is a similar question as well from the participants as well. You mentioned about the carbon calculator, and that's something which is very important. So how has Bank Indonesia developed this carbon calculator? Is it free of charge? Is it available on your website? Have you provided that to different institutions? Did you develop it yourself? Please, can you share some more details about this carbon calculator?
All right. Thank you, Pike. Yeah. Okay. So for the carbon calculator, actually, we construct or we develop these tools with the coordination or along with two ministries. For the first will be the Ministry of Environment, and the second one will be the Ministry of Coordinating Ministry of Investment. So this is why we need to do this, because first of all, actually the Ministry of Environment, they already have the obligation to publish like a sustainable report to the United Nations every year. So they already have a standard. Just implement that used for national purposes. So in constructing or in developing this carbon calculator, we need to have standards which is acknowledged by international standards as well accepted national. So that's why we, along with the two ministries, we develop a conversion factor. So when the firms report their emission, that this is also in line with the international requirement that actually firms have to report their their green or their carbon emission, right? So what happened now is that firm they only could calculate how much or how many gasoline that they consume, or how many energy or the electricity that they consume. But then they have to convert it to the carbon emission. So to convert it to the carbon emission, this is the standard that we developed with the two ministries. So with the carbon calculator, all the consumption of the, let's say, the firm's vehicles, gasoline for the firm vehicles, or for the use of fuel for the genset, and then also the purchase of electricity. With this carbon calculator, we can convert all of the consumption to the amount of carbon emission. So this is actually the principle of the carbon calculator. And actually now we are in piloting stage, and we plan to publish the tools or the apps, the tools actually, on our website on the end of this year. So it will be available for free, and actually anybody, any firm can just use the tool, right? And then it's for free, and then there's actually no obligation. So it will be an option for the firm whether they want to use these tools, or they can use another approach just to what you call that, to report their carbon emission.
Thank you very much. I hope that the launched version will also be in English, so that we can also benefit from this tool. So one of the interesting points, Clarita, you mentioned that banks are the largest emitters of emissions. So of course, it does not apply to us at the ISDB. We aligned with the Paris Agreement, as I mentioned earlier. But this is a question actually for both the panelists, for both, for Bang and for Clarita, for you. So I'll start with you, Bang, because we saw in Clarita's presentation that the ESG leaders were actually performing well. Financing to the sector was increasing. So, if we go 10, 15 years ago, whenever we talked about anything which was SDG friendly or social, we would say, this is not for the banks. The banks are for profits. They don't do things like that. Now, both of you are central bankers, and times have changed. Now we are talking about social finance, climate finance, SDG. Like in that region, like in Malaysia, they're talking about value-based intermediation. So what has changed over the past 10, 15 years? How come now it has become possible? Is it that the central bankers are doing a good job, or it's just that people are more aware? Let me start with you, Bang, on that question.
Well, in our case, the Philippines, as I mentioned earlier, is a frequent visitor of typhoons. So let me just cite as an example. We have this bank that volunteers to assess the impact of the environmental hazards to its properties. So from there, they realize that what are the existing mitigants that they have. So on their own, they realize that the benefit, although initially there's a high compliance cost, or it's costly for instance, to change, to adopt new technologies, but in the long run, they realize that they're actually benefiting from the savings that they will incur for the subsequent years. So I think that the cost is high at the initial stage, but in the long run, they will still there's still more savings, and it will increase their profits. And at the same time, there's I think a reputational a good reputational image that this bank is into social or should I say into sustainable development practices.
Thank you. Clarita?
Okay, so actually, in our opinion, that this is not this is not happened just yesterday. I mean, I mentioned in one of my slides, is that we begin to build awareness, public to the banks, and as well in internal authority, like now in central bank or in the FSA here in Indonesia. We started the green initiative way from 2010, right? So it's like 12 years ago. So when at that time we begin to have the kick off, or we start to what you call that, give awareness about the green banking policy, and then we start with series of a green banking conference, and then we join the international fora on the sustainable finance, this sort of thing, and then as the time goes by, the authority, the central bank, and the FSA also, we published several regulations which actually intended to urge the banks to have more a contribution to the green financing. So let's say, like we begin to publish the LTV, green LTV, and then also the what you call that, the inclusive financing ratio, which is among included also for the green financing in the inclusion financing. So actually, this is all. I think it's the interaction of so the building of the awareness, and then the push factor from the authority, as well. I think also the factor from the external factor, in the sense that we can see now that there's a trend from a global, that the awareness or the requirement for the green financing or green economy is increasing. So we cannot ignore this trend, right? So I think all of this interaction of these factors, I think this is what also shape the perception or the what you call that, the drive for the banks to go greener than before.
Sounds good. Thank you for the answers. We have about 5 minutes remaining in our scheduled time. So there is just one question from the participants, which is more related to Bank Indonesia, and that is related to the other agency, the authorities, the OJK, basically, the Indonesia FSA. So the questioner is asking, they have a sustainable finance 51/2017 policy. So is there any plan to align it with BI's green macroprudential policy?
Okay. Well, actually, it's completely aligned in the sense that we call it POJK. So it's the regulation from the OJK. It's if I'm not mistaken, it was published in 2017. It is like a requirement for the banks to and also for the public firms to publish their sustainable report, right? That is part. That is what is included in the POJK. So in this sense, of course, Bank Indonesia here support the activity of the banks to support the sustainable activity by giving the regulation, or by publishing the regulation that to support the green lending by the bank. So in the other hand, the OJK requires to publish the report, and from our side, we support that by setting some regulations that that urge the bank to give green or the sustainable financing. So I think it's very much in line.
Thank you very much. So I guess we are almost towards the end of the time. So let me just take this opportunity to first of all thank both the panelists for sharing very wonderful insights into the excellent work being done both in the Philippines and in Indonesia. And I'm sure I want to thank the organizers, Bank Indonesia and IFSB, for inviting us all over here today. This is a pressing challenge which continues to build, and we are all in this together. We all have our roles to play. And today's session has raised some awareness about the excellent work being done, at least in Indonesia and Philippines. So with stronger collaboration, we can actually use this as a knowledge sharing exercise. As I mentioned at the start of this session, that we are doing some work in the MENA region, but I was impressed by the work which is already being done in Asia. So I sure there are some synergies for us to build upon. So with that, I want to thank both of you once again for joining us in this panel. And with that, I pass it back to the team on the ground and conclude this session with many thanks and appreciation to all of you. Thank you so much.
What a great discussion. Once again, we would like to say thank you very much to Ms. Rodora M. Brazil de Ferra as Supervisory Policy and Research Department Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Ms. Clarita Ligaya Iskandar as Director of Macro Prudential Policy Department Bank Indonesia, and also to our moderator, Mr. Syed Faik Najib as Senior Islamic Finance Specialist or ISDPI. And the discussion not gonna stop here. The day is still young. We're gonna continue with the regional seminar 4 about the way forward for sustainable finance in Asia with our moderator, Assistant Secretary General, Technical and Research, Islamic Financial Services Board. Please come up to the stage. Welcome back, Dr. Rifki Ismail.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hope you are still enthusiastic to follow. Perhaps this is the last session of this seminar from Ifsb. I'm very much happy to moderate this last session since I am having prominent speakers. Alhamdulillah. From the last session, chaired or moderated by Mr. Faik, you have heard what are the views from the regulators. But in this session, in my session, we are going to hear what are the views, the plan, the action, the execution, the challenges from the international or multinational bodies. So I would like to invite, come to the stage, first, Mr. Didi Hardiana from United Nations Development Program. Please, Pak Didi. Thank you, Pak Didi. And I also have my colleagues from Malaysia, from World Bank Malaysia, Mr. Ahmad Hafiz. I tend to call him Pak Hafiz. Yeah, he's from Malaysia. I believe he's now joining us. Pak Hafiz, if you can confirm me, please.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak. Very glad to have you on board.
Thank you very much.
And then the last panelist is Dr. Sultan Emir from National Committee of Islamic Economic and Finance in Indonesia. Please come to the stage, please. Okay, Alhamdulillah. I'm now having all of the panelists, Alhamdulillah. But as a rule of the game, I would like to give some illustration first, because my session is a bit different than the previous session. My panelists may not have presentation. They may just share their experiences, their thought, their action, execution, and everything with respect to their multinational bodies or national bodies. Yeah. First of all, I would like to ask Mr. Didi Hadiana, but first I would like to introduce him. Mr. Didi, or Pak Didi, is the head of innovative financing, right, in United Nations Development Program in Indonesia. So he graduated from Bandung Institute of Technology, Chemical Engineering. So as I start from Pak Didi, may I know what is the initiative of sustainable finance from UNDP? The one that you have done and the way forward that you are going to do, please.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Rifki Ismail, Assistant Secretary General of IFSB. And also I think thank you very much for IFSB and also Bank Indonesia for inviting me to this prestigious event. And of course, like together with the prominent speakers, Dr. Sultan Emir, and also Pak Faiz, Pak Hafiz from Malaysia. I think we had also a chance to be in some events with Pak Hafiz previously. So yeah, to answer the questions, Dr. Rifki, so I think UNDP has a long track record in public finance and also private sector development, and more recently in unlocking private capital for the sustainable development goals. So actually I joined the event since the morning, and I'm happy hearing from Pak Rifki and also from Professor Habib about the importance of the sustainable finance, alignment with ESG and SDGs. So I think since like UNDP is the convener of the SDGs, right, since the inception in 2015. So I think UNDP is uniquely positioned to realize the sustainable finance architecture in the context of accelerating the implementations of the SDGs. And we have seen like a growing demand from partners to scale up its work around public and private finance, development finance issues. So at the global level, we have a unit that we call Sustainable Finance Hub. So this is like a dedicated task force, we can say, right, to offers like a comprehensive package of methods and tools to support our offer to government, to private sector, international financial institutions to accelerate SDG financing. So we help the government and private sector to align their financing, their budgeting process to SDGs by supporting national strategies that deepen the public-private financing collaborations. We also develop or leverage innovative financing instruments such as thematic bond, insurance, and then also loans, impact fund, and many more. And also we help also in developing global standards, right? Because I mean sustainable finance is a new area, and of course we see also the needs for the stakeholders to have standards to guide them in developing the tools or developing the instruments, right? So we have standard for the private equity fund, SDG bonds, enterprises, and we also develop investor maps to enable investors to see potential investment opportunity areas. So in addition to that, we also have a center in Istanbul, based in Istanbul, the Istanbul Center for Private Sector in Development. So this center support private sector in particular and also foundations to become transformative partners in development by doing research, advocacy, technical assistance, and many more. And one I think that I also want to highlight here, we are working together with the Islamic Development Bank also to provide technical assistance on green sukuk. So we have, I think, like the facility to support like a government in any countries, right? And also maybe private sector who have interest to issue green sukuk, and we can like facilitate, you know, the pre-issuance process of the green sukuk. So now I maybe go to Indonesia, Pak Rifki, because of course like we also understand that Indonesia is also like a leaders in the area of in promoting innovative finance, sustainable finance. So we have a platform in UNDP Indonesia, we call it Innovative Financing Lab. So this lab provides space for collaboration with public and private sector partners, including also Islamic financial ecosystem in unlocking innovative solutions to advance the SDG financing. And since 2018, where we established the lab, we have been working with the government, development banks, private sector partners, Islamic finance organizations, academia, among others, to co-design innovative financing instruments and to contribute to a more robust enabling environment for SDGs finance. So allow me also to share a few portfolios under the Innovative Financing Lab. The first is on climate finance. So we are working to strengthen the capacity of the government to integrate climate change into national planning and budgeting process. So we like introduce the using a tools that we call climate budget tagging. So this enable the government to identify and track climate change related outputs and expenditures in the APBN or our state budget. This is similar like when we use Instagram or Twitter when we use the tag, right? So we know about which actually the related programs or like trends related to the climate change. The second is on thematic bond. So we have been working also with the government since 2018 in supporting the development of traditional fixed income instruments which proceeds used for to finance or refinance specific social or environmental themes such as climate change, health, education, and so on. So this is also related to SDGs. So I think Pak Rifki mentioned about green sukuk in the morning, right? So we are actually honored because like we are one of the key development partners that trusted by the Ministry of Finance to support in the development of the green sukuk since 2018. And then last year, another milestone is the issuance of SDG bond also by the government. So I think these are two, I think, milestones that the government has been developing, and UNDP is the supporting organization. And then also Islamic finance, definitely, right? Because we see the vast potential of this of Islamic finance in Indonesia, and also the commonalities between Islamic finance and SDGs. I think Professor Habib also explained thoroughly about this in the morning. So we have been partnering with many Islamic financial institutions since then, and to bring innovations in the various Islamic finance products. So for example, I think, of course, maybe many of you hearing about the projects that we are conducting together with Basnas in Jambi, when we help the revitalization and also the construction of a renewable energy power plant, the micro hydropower plant, which benefit more than 5,000 people. And then we follow with another pilot projects in 3 locations, Jambi, in Sulawesi Tengah, Central Sulawesi, and also in Lombok. And then we also have other type of work with the Islamic finance, which this is on wakaf. So we also introduce Green Wakaf framework. Recently, we just launched it with Badan Wakaf Indonesia and also with IPB, the University of Bogor University. Yeah? Other than that, maybe just to wrap up, so we also have several other activities related to private equity fund with private sector, and also like fostering youth and also women-led enterprises with incubator and accelerator program. And in August, together with Ministry of Planning or Bappenas, we just launched the Integrated National Financing Framework. So this is a tool or framework that can help Indonesia to design a coherent, holistic planning and financing process to catalyze the financial needs to close the SDG financing gap. That's all from me, Pak.
Thank you, Pak. I was very amazed when I heard what Pak Didi just explained to us. UNDP is very much aggressive with their initiative for innovative financing, especially Islamic finance. On other aspect, we are very glad that Islamic finance has been recognized, not only recognized, but also supported by UNDP. And then since this event, this FSB event, it was also, online, and the members of the FSB, you can just heard from Pak Didi that UNDP is very much welcome for countries who are having initiative to develop green sukuk. They are very much happy to assist any member, any countries with regard to issuing green sukuk. So it's very, very fruitful for us. I would like to continue my discussion with Pak Hafiz. Yeah. Pak Hafiz, firstly I would like to introduce Pak Hafiz. He's a financial sector specialist in World Bank in Malaysia, a good friend of mine. He graduated from UIA, International Islamic University of Malaysia. I believe a lot of alumni from UIA here in Indonesia, including Dr. Sultan Emir, the last speaker. So he's a very good friend of mine. So instead of UNDP, Pak Hafiz, we would like to also hear from your side, what is the World Bank initiative? I do believe the World Bank is another leading sector, another leading institution in the world, yeah, regarding sustainable finance. And then since the World Bank is having mandate, having a task to mitigate poverty, to accelerate development, and other types of country initiative. So please share with us, Pak Hafiz, what are the initiatives of the World Bank regarding sustainable finance. Please, Pak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. Thank you to Pak Rifki and then the organizer, Ifsb, Bank Indonesia. So I think today's topic is very timely. I think like especially post-pandemic, a lot of countries start exploring any instruments for the recovery post-pandemic. So, like to answer the questions by Pak Rifki, I think from the World Bank, we work because we also among the top issuer of green bonds. So we also collaborate with the country for the sovereign issuance. I think, for instance, like you look at country like Nigeria and a certain some of the other country for the sovereign issue. The World Bank also provides support, including the blue bond issued by Seychelles, for instance. These are kind of the technical assistance that the World Bank provide in helping a country in sustainable finance. But I think like this morning also joined the discussion. I heard that the discussion by Prof. Habib and then Pak Rifki about the development of the Islamic sustainable finance. But if you look at the data on the CBI, the Climate Bond Initiative, so there are almost like 2.8 trillion green bond issue. However, if you look at the green sukuk or Islamic sustainable finance segment, so basically it's like $12 billion. So it's like less than 0.05%, right? So I think that's the initiative by UNDP and IDB to encourage more green sukuk issuance is a good effort. And then from the, because like our office in Malaysia, so we work closely with the Malaysia financial regulator. So our client mostly we work with the Securities Commission and Bank Negara in terms of developing a framework related to sustainable finance. So if you, I think like Prof. Habib this morning also mentioned about the value-based intermediation. So this is part of our collaboration with financial institutions in Malaysia to develop what they call as sectoral guidance. So currently there are 6 sectoral guidance in energy efficiency, renewable energy, manufacturing, construction, and so forth. So basically the sectoral guidance, the idea is to, it's not like a taxonomy, but indirectly to complement, to provide a guidance for banks to identify which sectors, how to measure, to ensure that what will be the parameter to ensure that the financing that they will provide is in line with the VBI concept strategy. So we also work together with the financial regulator in terms of developing a taxonomy. I think the new topic currently has been discussed. I think currently we know about the EU. They are developing taxonomy for EU markets. Even for ASEAN, there are efforts to issue a standard taxonomy among the ASEAN countries. And then each of the country, even in ASEAN, also currently develop their own national taxonomy. So this also, we have a collaboration with the certain country to help them in developing the national taxonomy. I think Pak Afriki, I stop here first, then maybe we can continue to another questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak. It's very great information as well. So as we have heard, World Bank also takes a lot of initiative regarding sustainable finance, and we do believe that the collaboration between UNDP, World Bank, IDB, those multinational organizations will ease the world in assessing and easing the idea of sustainable finance. So let me continue my question to the domestic, I can say, committee, yeah, National Committee on Islamic Economic and Finance. We have Dr. Sultan Emir. He is the director of, I think, halal ecosystem, right? Infrastructure, yes, in the KNEKS. So he got a doctoral degree from UIA, so that's the background. So with that, would like to hear from Dr. Sultan, what is the Indonesian initiative under KNEKS regarding the issue, please.
Thank you very much, my uncle, Dr. Rifki Ismail. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Amma ba'du, rabbi syrah li sadri, wa yassir li amri, walul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. First of all, I would like to thank IFSB, Bank Indonesia, and other organizer for having me here. And I would like to share some initiative that have been taken actually by the Indonesian government and relevant authorities. Because when you talk about national committee, it's called committee, it consists of many ministries and authorities. As you are aware that the Indonesian president has recently launched the Indonesian Green Taxonomy 1.0 at the annual Financial Services Gathering 2022. This initiative is very important actually to help market players, then investor and other stakeholders to better understand the terminologies of sustainable finance. It also aims actually to clearly classify the sub-economic sectors within Indonesian economy, what are considered to be green, yellow, red, yeah, but according to Indonesian Standard Industrial Classification, or known here KLBI or KLBI. This is the first initiative. The second initiative has been taken by OJK, our Financial Services Authority, in which OJK has launched a roadmap for sustainable finance, and it has already launched the second phase. Yeah. This is very important. The roadmap aims actually to accelerate the implementation of environmental, social, and governance aspect by all financial institutions, including Islamic financial institution operating in the Republic in Indonesia. The third one, I think also it has been discussed a bit by Pak Didi before. Indonesia, through Ministry of Finance, has come out with Green Bond and Green Sukuk framework. This is very important to highlight also. In the framework, it discusses about which sectors are eligible to get the financing from the Green Bond and Green Sukuk proceeds. Also, how to evaluate and select the project and the management of the proceeds, including how to prepare the report or the reporting aspect. This is quite comprehensive, yeah. Even though maybe there is one room actually that is always open, which is a room for improvement. Yeah. In addition to that, we can see that there are several financial instruments or sustainable financial instruments launched by Indonesian government or Indonesian companies, yeah, that can be a good benchmark for other countries. As you have mentioned before also this morning, Dr. Rifki, that Indonesia is the first issuer of sovereign green sukuk. And the uniqueness of Indonesian green sukuk is also retail sukuk. Even we can invest also as individual. And another thing is also, I believe you are involved in this aspect. In Indonesian government through Ministry of Finance in collaboration with National Wakaf Board, they have launched Cash Wakaf League Sukuk. This is a very innovative instrument in which it combines social and commercial finance, yeah, in one instrument. Cash Wakaf itself is social finance, while the collected Cash Wakaf is invested in Sukuk, which is commercial finance, but the return from the investment is spent for social purposes. This is really fantastic in my opinion, and a good benchmark for other countries all over the world. And even for the private sector, Indonesia came out with micro sukuk and using blockchain technology also. Yeah, of course I cannot say the name of the company. I'm afraid I will. Yeah, but you can Google and you will find by yourself. Yeah, so I think in terms of innovation, especially in the sustainable finance, Indonesia is already quite okay. Yeah, and inshallah we are committed to be more innovative in the years to come. That's maybe probably my first answer to your question.
Thank you, Dr. Sultan. So as we are here in Indonesia, we're very happy, at least the attendees here in the room, that Indonesia has taken part in the program or in the idea of sustainable finance. And I do believe other countries who also join this event also might have their initiative to support, to accelerate the sustainable finance. Again, another ideas or another thing that comes in my mind, or also in your mind, I believe, when we think or when we try to elaborate more on the sustainable finance is there any challenges? Is there any restrictions? Is there any problem in executing this idea? Before I ask my colleagues here, I can identify some of the problems. Yeah. First, of course, financial literacy must be the problem. When we create the program, the instrument, what else? Activities in collaboration with international bodies, with the local institution, the first thing that comes in our implementation is financial literacy. Secondly, government or support from authorities before support from the public. So firstly, I would like to know what is the experience of UNDP. Do you have also similar challenges, problems of others that I just mentioned, or do you have another problems, another challenges, and how to solve it? Please, if you can share with us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rifki. So I think you have raised about the most important, right, challenge, which is like the financial literacy, or we can also say about awareness and also knowledge, right? So I think, yes, from UNDP side, we also recognize that issue because I think in Indonesia in particular, there is still like a limited, but yet we saw the growing knowledge, right, and awareness among the government, financial institutions, and also private sector about sustainable finance, its risks, and also opportunities, right? And we also see about the challenge is related to the interest. Because like we are talking about sustainable investment, there should be investors, right? So without the interest, appetite from the investors and the market to this kind of sustainable finance products, I mean, then, well, you cannot market or you cannot like get the money from the investors, right? So this is also related to the financial literacy to the investors. And then also related to the various sustainable finance instruments that are available. So I mean, of course, like Indonesia have several case studies or best practices, but there are also plenty of sustainable finance instruments available in the world that also we can learn for. And for this, I think the solutions that UNDP is doing is, of course, through doing capacity building activities, right? So do like a training, workshops on specific instruments, such as maybe on blended finance, thematic bonds. So we are regularly doing this kind of training and also conduct, you know, South-South exchange. So knowledge sharing across different countries on these different instruments. We also conducted several research and advocacy. So I think this is also something that we maybe can find a way to collaborate, Pak Rifki, with IFSB. Again, when we need to do some kind of evidence-based, right? When we are doing some kind of project or pilot, we need to have evidence-based, or through research, we can get these informations. The second challenge is related to the lack of pipeline of projects. So when we are talking about sustainable finance, especially for Islamic sustainable finance, so we need to also have the real project, right? Different with like conventional bond, right? It can support like a program. But when we're talking about Islamic finance, it needs to have like an underlying assets. So this is also sometimes the challenge for the, you know, for the companies or for government to identify the pipeline of projects. So what solution that we offer, for example, on the green sukuk, it utilized the results of the tagging that we introduced in the beginning. So the result of the tagging give the government list of projects that related to the green, and also it has, you know, a real assets, right? I think this is also maybe for private sector some challenge related when they want to issue sukuk, right? But whether like they have, you know, a pipeline of projects in their portfolio. And another solution that we are doing is we conduct the mapping of investment opportunity areas. So this, we have launched the first SDG investor mapping in March this year together with Bappenas and BKPM, Ministry of Investment, and it has identified about 6 areas that can be further explored with the stakeholders. The third challenge that I also want to highlight is on the cost. When we are talking about issuing sustainable finance instruments such as bond or sukuk, it requires additional costs for the issuers, right, in developing the framework, right, and then also developing the report, selecting project, and so on. So this is also something that UNDP as an international organization also providing technical assistance to support in this area. And then, of course, related to the regulator, I think this is also related to, I mean, the needs for fiscal and financial incentives, right? I think Pak Rifki, since like based in Malaysia, I think there are good incentives provided by the regulators in different countries to encourage sustainable finance investment. I think that's from my side, Pak Rifki.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Didi. I think those are very great solutions, yeah, followed by UNDP. We are so glad to know that. So hopefully there may not be significant problem for UNDP to accelerate, to execute, to continue their program in the sustainable finance. But what about World Bank, Pak Hafiz? Despite the question that I've asked Pak Didi, I do believe as its name, World Bank, Bank for the world, if I can say it, Bank for the world. So despite Islamic finance problem like literacy, lack of awareness and other related Islamic finance problem or challenges, I believe World Bank also takes care of worldwide problems like geopolitical uncertainty, right? Downturning economic performance, like post-pandemic economic downturn, or any types of, because every country might have its own economic problem. While we have sustainable finance agenda, I believe World Bank has broader scope and also face broader challenges and also have some broader solution for that. Would you like to share with us, Pak Hafiz, please?
Back to the question on the challenge of Islamic finance. I think because since UNDP here, yesterday we had an event together with UNDP and IDB on impact measurement. Basically, the reason why I highlight this is one of the key challenges, especially I think like Dr. Hidayat also mentioned about the Islamic social finance. So if in the in the sustainable finance space, there are a lot of the discussion about the issue on greenwashing. So now even the Islamic social finance, another angle, a lot of the discussion currently among the policymaker, among the investors about the issue on impact washing. So this is another challenge, how the institutions can develop the parameter, how to measure to ensure that the money or the proceeds being used have the outcome, have the impact to the community or society. So meaning is we not only issue green sukuk, for instance, or we not only issue sustainable sukuk, but we also need to measure the impact. So I think this is another challenge especially among the Islamic finance player. Back to your earlier feedback about the awareness, meaning the awareness among the Islamic finance about the importance to have the impact measurement, something that can be measured at outcome. There's basically in terms of from the reporting side, meaning the disclosure. There's the demand from investors. If you're talking about sukuk, there is demand from investors. When you're talking about the social finance, Islamic social finance, the demand from donors or waqif. So basically now we are in the world that we need to show outcome. So this is one of the challenge. And then the second point I want to highlight about the challenge of green sukuk. If you look at, like I mentioned earlier, globally there is $2.8 trillion conventional sustainable finance, but Islamic finance, green sukuk or Islamic sustainable finance only like 12 billion. So meaning we need to have more issuer. If you look at the certain country like Malaysia is dominated by a corporate issuer, and certain country dominated by government. And if you look at the Middle East, the same player that issue. So we need a more player that issue a sustainable sukuk, for instance, because if you look at the data, there are the same issuer. They sometimes they prefer to issue green bond rather than green sukuk. So this is something that I think back to your earlier feedback about the awareness. So why they not prefer to use a green sukuk, for instance? There is another one point. Another point is between the sukuk and green sukuk. Some issue they prefer to issue sukuk, not the green sukuk. I think maybe that to answer earlier feedback by Pak Didi mentioned about the additional cost when you want to issue a green sukuk. But again, if you look at the demand from the investors, so in terms of cost, actually it's not big, but for the certain issuer they consider as a cost. because from the investors, certain investors, yes, there are certain investors that are very particular about the ESG, but some investors, they also cannot compromise the yield. Meaning, you're talking about ESG, talking about the green sukuk, but at the end of the day, the yield must be equivalent or at competitive rate together to the non-green sukuk. So I think basically I can summarize that the challenge here, the first one will be more on to have the impact measurement, especially for the Islamic social finance, including the Islamic sustainable finance. And second point will be more to have more player in the Islamic sustainable finance market. We need more issuer from the different background, meaning from the government side, corporate, even from the proceed. If you look at the green sukuk or sustainable sukuk, basically the process is quite same. So we need to be more creative, to be more innovative. And then the third one will be how to convince issuer and investor to ensure that Islamic sustainable finance could be their first priority rather than the non-green sukuk or conventional bond. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Hafiz. Very great and informative solution from Pak Hafiz. I do subscribe your idea, Pak. I really agree with that. And then for the national level, again, I would like to invite Dr. Sultan Emir. The idea of a green sukuk, the idea of cash awqaf, for example, I'm not really sure, but if you can convince me or convince us in the room, or it is not only in this room, but whoever participate in this session, in this forum, how is the awareness of the Indonesian public, Indonesian people or Indonesian stakeholders with regard to cash awqaf or with regard to awqaf in general? Firstly, do they aware? Are they supporting the ideas, or how can we do to convince them more to support us? Please.
Thank you. I was so afraid. I thought I will be asked also about challenges, and all the challenges have been answered by the two earlier speakers. I said, all my notes here, this is already discussed cost, this is already discussed. But thank you that you come out with a new question. Yeah? Just intermezzo. For the literacy index for awqaf in Indonesia, according to a survey made by National Awqaf Board, BWI, and the Ministry of Religious Affairs, for wakaf literacy in Indonesia is still considered to be low. Yeah. And when it comes to awqaf, you can classify into traditional awqaf and cash wakaf. And when for the cash wakaf, the literacy is much lower. Yeah. However, the government through the National Committee of Islamic Economy and Finance, also with other relevant authorities, have launched the National Cash Wakaf Movement. Yeah. Gerakan Nasional Wakaf Uang, which is directly launched by His Excellency Joko Widodo, Indonesian President, last year in January. And Alhamdulillah, of course, again, this good achievement is not for us to be complacent, but to thank and to motivate us to do more. In March 2021, just 2 months after the launching, the total amount of cash wakaf collected stood at around almost 900 million rupiah. Thanks God, Alhamdulillah, this year with IPB and IPB Endowment Fund, which is based on awqaf, they put it in cash wakaf link sukuk recently. The total collected cash wakaf amount now in Indonesia is around 1.6 something, almost 1.7 trillion. It means almost double from the amount in March 2021. So the cash wakaf movement is considered to be quite okay. Yeah. And the good things, it's not only national cash wakaf movement, many provinces in Indonesia, they have also launched provincial or regional cash wakaf movement from our hometown, uncle, yeah, from West Sumatra, yeah. The government launched Gerakan Minangkabau Berwakaf, or Minangkabau People Cash Wakaf Movement, and also in Riau, also in other part of the provinces, and also universities. Yeah, now universities they have endowment fund based on wakaf. Yeah, not only IPB actually, not only IPB, ITS. What is how to translate ITS in English is difficult also. Yeah, yeah. Institute of Technology 10 November. Yeah, yeah, in Surabaya. They also have endowment fund and they invest also in cash wakaf. So, and millennials now in Indonesia, they started, of course, yeah, we need to push. Yeah, they started to care about awqaf. Among the millennials that I know, one of the university professor in IPB, he came out with the idea of forestry wakaf, wakaf hutan. Yeah, and I also met a young generation. They came out with hydroponic wakaf, and even I came to the, so these young people, yeah, the youth organization, they raise fund, cash wakaf, yeah, or wakaf in general, yeah, and then once they got the money, they bought hydroponic units, and then they install in Islamic boarding school, pesantren. Yeah, they are collaborating with the pesantren, yeah, and then from this also including the seed and other thing to grow to start the plantation, and then the result or the produce from this hydroponic units partially will be sold, yeah, and most of them are used to finance or not to finance, to fulfill the vegetable needs inside the pesantren. Until the last time I visited, this pesantren doesn't need anymore to buy vegetables from outside, even just from the hydroponic units. Yeah, this is conducted by young people. Yeah, so and I've seen also many young people, they started to invest, also to donate their money in cash wakaf sukuk as well, because there is also cash wakaf for retail in Indonesia. So even though it is still low, but it is improving. We are waiting tomorrow or after tomorrow, Bank Indonesia will announce the latest literacy. I know Mr. Jody already knows, but he doesn't want to leak the result. Yeah. Hopefully the next literacy index will be better than the previous one. Yeah, hopefully, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sultan Amin. MashaAllah. Very glad to know that. So there have been some improvement, yeah, in Indonesia based on the national wakaf movement, subhanallah. So hopefully, so we can have more prosperous prospect of the Indonesian Islamic finance and economics. Before I continue, I would like to invite audience here. If you have questions, if you want to know more, please raise your hand. Any questions? Okay. If there is no question, let me continue. I have a lot of questions in my hand now. Any question? Okay. If there is no question, let me continue. So, having heard explanation from Pak Didi, from the UNDP, and from Pak Hafiz, from the World Bank side, and also from Dr. Sultan from the nation, from the Indonesian side. So, would like to know, how is the prospect? What do you think about the prospect of sustainable finance? Taken into account that, for example, since morning we discussed about this topic, regulator side, for example, Bank Indonesia, Central Bank of Philippines have raised some information, some issues related with regulation, for example, risk management, and then Sharia issues, and then investment. How can we do investment based on the sustainable finance idea, including the green sukuk, carbonized issues and everything, and many kind of issues. What do you think? Firstly, to Pak Hafiz, I think. I would like to switch from Pak Didi to Pak Hafiz first. What do you think? What is the view from the World Bank regarding the prospect of sustainable finance? Taken into account that the world is now very dynamic, Pak, very dynamic, we can now plan our future. For example, we have sustainable finance agenda. But please be careful that the world is fastly moving. There might be some challenges, there might be some development in the near future. So what is the view from the World Bank regarding the prospect of this sustainable finance? If you can please share with us.
Yeah, I think maybe I should start with the capital market segment. So if you look at, I think like Indonesia also one of the I think the largest green sukuk issuer. And then in terms of the number of issuer, Malaysia have a lot of from the corporate sukuk issuer. But we look at the exposure, especially for OIC countries. Look at the exposure of the Islam or the OIC country mostly to the sectors that like what we call as for instance like the palm oil and then the oil and gas, the sectors that something that need to be clean to be green, right? So this is something that I think if you look at the sustainable finance space, there is an instrument, for instance, like transition bond. And then another angle is the sustainability linked bond. Even from the World Bank, we also issue a report on the sovereign sustainability linked bond. Recently, Malaysia Securities Commission issued the sustainability linked sukuk framework. So meaning this is a kind of instrument basically for any issuer who want to adopt sustainable finance to develop their KPI and then the social they call a sustainability performance target. So meaning they have a certain target that they want to achieve. If they not meet that target, so they will be penalized. So maybe in terms of the yield, maybe slightly lower or higher, depend on the achievement. So this kind of innovative, I think, need to be adopted among the Islamic sustainable finance, especially I think to cater different type of investors, the demand from the investors. That is one. Second, if you look at the transition bond, I think this is more, relevant, especially for the country want to push on the sustainable finance because we if you look at the type of investor, type of issuer, certain industry still need to go through a long process to be fully green. That's why I think the idea come up with a transition bond. So meaning something that in the short run, something that maybe they can by the issuer, the transition sukuk or transition bond, for instance, something that indirectly push the issuer to go for fully green. So this is another instrument that we need to explore. And then the third one, I think some of the Islamic country exposed to the climate change, for instance. So this we also need to explore the issuance, for instance, the catastrophic sukuk, cat sukuk or cat bond. So far, we will not see any issuance on the cat sukuk. This is something that I think among the OIC country need to explore. That one from the capital market segment. If you look at it from the retail market, so I think the alternative finance, the equity crowdfunding, for instance, even like Dr. Hidayah mentioned about the Islamic social finance. So these are two instruments that I believe can promote a risk sharing product. When the best thing if it can embed the sustainability elements. So meaning for ECF or even for the Islamic social finance, start to consider any capital hasan you want to give to make sure that the recipient align with the ESG, for instance, ESG parameter or standard. So this is something that I think we need to start normalize, because I think post-pandemic, the new way of doing business, this is something that we can educate actually, especially for the firm, for the SMEs to start to adopt ESG. Then go to my next point is on the halal economy, because I think yesterday also, recently we also launched the report on the halal economy. So look at the player of halal economy, how they embed the ESG element, the sustainability element. This is something I think we need to put as a way forward, especially for Islamic finance as well as for the halal economy. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Hafiz. If it is coming from World Bank, of course, we subscribe to that idea. Yeah, we are very optimistic.
But we need IFSB to help
Inshallah.
on that.
Inshallah, of course, IFSB will support from its mandate to maintain the stability of Islamic finance industry. So with the assistance and with collaboration for the World Bank, inshallah, we'll face more prospective sustainable finance in the future. UNDP then, Pak Didi. Of course, we are very amazed with what has been done by UNDP with its innovative financing. What do you think about the prospect of sustainable finance? Are you going to expand the role of innovative financing lab into perhaps a broader function or broader role, or you are going to have perhaps more collaboration with other standard setting bodies or multinational institutions to give a more impact on what you have done so far, and then to bring the sustainable finance idea more impactful to the society or even to the humanity, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rifki. So, yeah, I think I also second what Pak Hafiz already mentioned, right? So, I think the future or the prospect of the Islamic sustainable finance in Indonesia is relatively bright. Yeah, I think we have the same hope, right? And I think I will also add related to the commitment, right? The national commitment. So we know that the Indonesia government has a strong commitment to achieve the sustainable development goals, right, by 2030, and also due to, I think, the COVID pandemic also give like more emphasis how that the government, the national development can move towards a low carbon development, right? Green recovery, they say, right? So I think the government already estimated the financing needs to achieve the SDGs is about 4.75 trillion US dollar. So after pandemic, this will be, of course, have a bigger needs, right? And for Islamic finance, I think we have like the first products, right? Rich products like capital market, insurance, banking, takaful, right? And then also social finance. So there is still space to drive innovations in the Islamic finance world, right? And I think Pak Hafiz already mentioned about how that Indonesia and Malaysia are among the leaders in the journey towards sustainability in Islamic finance. So for example, in the capital market, I think like Indonesia and Malaysia are competing. Like Indonesia was the world's first issuer of sovereign green sukuk. Malaysia is the world's first issuer of the sovereign sustainability sukuk last year, right? So I think, of course, this is, I think, a positive competition, right? And I think in the capital market, we also maybe need to also some kind learn from Malaysia, because I think the corporate sukuk, corporate green sukuk, and sustainability sukuk there from the corporate are quite massive, right? Many corporates are issuing that. Of course, then the challenge about the impact also need to be addressed as well. In Indonesia, of course, I think the government is leading on the issuance of green sukuk. So Pak Sultan Emir already mentioned about the retail green sukuk, which always get high interest from the individual investors, right? And from our study with the Ministry of Finance, I think like the majority of the investors are the young generation, the millennials, right? 40 to 50% are millennials. And the numbers always increase. So showing, of course, like also the interest from the individual investors for this kind of product, right? Green investment. So I think we need to encourage, of course, further like the corporate in Indonesia to also issue sukuk, include in particular, of course, sustainability or green sukuk. And then Ministry of Finance currently, I think, finalizing the regulation to enable also the local government to issue municipal sukuk. So I think this is also another opportunity, right? So hopefully we can have like, I think the first municipal sukuk by the local government in the coming years, right? And then move to the Islamic social finance. I think this is, of course, have also a vast potential, right? And the amount that's still not collected are still also quite huge. So there is a potential to increase the collection of like zakat or wakaf. And I think Dr. Sultan Amir also mentioned about like the forestry wakaf, the hydroponic wakaf. So I think this is also what we have identified with the Badan Wakaf Indonesia. So we just launched the Green Wakaf Framework. So how that the wakaf cash or can be also used channel to like this kind of environmental impact. Similar also to zakat, so we have introduced several pilots, how that zakat can also contribute to renewable energy, to the local economic development, sustainable agriculture, and so on. And I think one important also like the potential related to this is the digital technology, right? I think in the morning, Professor Habib and also Pak Rifki already mentioned about how that the Islamic finance stakeholders also need to leverage the digital technology, right? Because with the, you know, that we know that Indonesia has been recognized as the most generous country, right? So we need to also like the Islamic social finance also need to also think about how that the people can channel their zakat or wakaf easily. So this is through the digital technology, digital platform. So I think hopefully the digital platform, I think Pak Sultan Amir also mentioned about the blockchain. So this kind of technology that we can utilize and to increase also the benefit to the people at the end.
Thank you, Pak. So with these two explanations from the world leading institution, if I may say, UNDP to represent United Nations, right? And then World Bank to represent the Bank for the World, as I said. So again, coming back to Indonesia, Dr. Amin has mentioned about some of the leading initiatives in sustainable finance. And then we are, inshallah, very optimistic with the plan, with the support so far. But again, with regard to my question, how is the prospect? What do I mean by the prospect is how can we expect green finance, of course the Islamic one, Islamic green finance or Islamic social finance in order to give more impact to the society can be at least in the like equal or similar contributions to the conventional one. We know the conventional must have supported the society, the economy. But then what about this type of sustainable, Islamic sustainable finance? Given that we have started, can we catch them? Can we hopefully exceed them in giving the impact to the society?
Yeah, this is very good and challenging question, Dr. Rifki. I think what we have been doing in National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance, which is to establish an ecosystem of Islamic economy and finance, can be the answer to your question. Usually when I explain this one, I use one slide, but I'm trying my best now to illustrate using words. The main purpose of Islamic economy and finance is to create maslahah, which is to give impact actually. To give impact, which is to improve people's welfare. Of course, we need to start from those who are underprivileged, those who are the mustahiq, the recipients of zakah. Among them are the fuqara and the masakin, the needy and the poor. But how? We need to optimize Islamic social finance, but the productive one. Yeah, we need to help them using zakah productive, awqaf productive, yeah, including infaq, sadaqah, and also giving qardul hasan. In order for them to empower them to become small, starting from micro, of course, yeah, micro enterprise, yeah, and still need to be assisted as well, yeah. And then once they are stronger, yeah, then we can use the mechanism of blended finance. In Indonesia, we are quite strong in the blended finance, especially at least in the two institutions I can highlight now. The first one is called Baitul Mal wa Tamwil, BMT. Baitul Mal wa Tamwil by legally, it's legally actually Islamic cooperative. Most of them, yeah, most of them. It combines actually social and commercial finance under one roof. Baitul Mal means house of social. Yeah. Baitul Tamwil means house of commercial. Yeah. So if you are already quite strong, you cannot be assisted 100%. You need to stand by your own. So this is the blended finance. You are still assisted, but try to stand by your own. Once you become bankable, yeah, and of course if you are bankable, you are no longer mustahik. So we transform them from mustahik into muzaki. So how big is the impact of Islamic social finance? We can see from how many mustahik that we can transform to become muzaki. This is the indicator. So if they are bankable, so let the commercial finance help them. Yeah? In Indonesia, we have complete set of Islamic commercial financial services in the form of Islamic banking, in the form of even Islamic banks in Indonesia. There are two layers, the commercial one, yeah, and also the Islamic rural banks. This is also 2 layers, not unlike in other countries, maybe one. At least the one that I know in Bahrain, I have never found Islamic rural bank, only commercial. And then we have also non-banking financial institution. We have Islamic fintech, Islamic multi-finance companies, we have Islamic pawnbroking, and many other non-banking financial institutions. And if they are getting stronger, they can use Islamic capital market, as it has been mentioned by Pak Didi, yeah, and also Pak Hafiz. Indonesia is lacking in corporate sukuk. So we need to promote sukuk, yeah, as an instrument that can be used by enterprises to raise fund through capital market and Sharia compliant. Or they can also use securities crowdfunding if they are still small, and also to list their share in Islamic index. Of course, all of them are halal industrial players, because Islamic finance is not allowed to finance non-halal activities or haram activities. Therefore, we need to prepare the infrastructure of halal industry. What are they? The government now has given license to 3 halal industrial estates. Of course, if we compare to Malaysia, Malaysia has more halal industrial estate. At least we are already at that stage. Halal laboratories. In May 2022, Alhamdulillah, Indonesia has launched, or our Vice President as the Executive Chairman of KNIKS has launched the halal laboratories facilities, yeah, which is owned by BRIN, yeah, which is managed and owned by BRIN, for halal food research. And Alhamdulillah, Qadar Allah, it is also fully funded by Sukuk Negara, sovereign Sukuk. Yeah. And 2 more laboratories of BRIN are on the pipeline now. We want to create them as halal laboratories. for micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as for kekayaan laut, apa bahasa Inggrisnya? Kekayaan laut, national asset from sea. Yeah. So this is another research center that we want to push from BRIN. And we need also to come out with halal logistic, yeah, to ensure that from end to end, every aspect or every chain is halal, yeah, and need to get support from all the communities in order to change our status as the nation from halal products consumers into halal product producers. So if we can develop this ecosystem, actually we will have a strong sustainable finance. Why? Because one of my professor, Professor Azmi, he mentioned at one of the conferences, he said, Islamic finance and impact investing, a match made in heaven. So if we create the ecosystem of Islamic economy and finance very well in this country, with or always we give concern on environmental, social, and governance aspect or dimension, we believe we will also create at the same time strong, sustainable financial ecosystem. That's my answer.
MashaAllah. Thank you so much, Dr. It's very clear. To be honest, I really enjoyed the discussion. Hopefully all the participants, attendees also enjoy. The one attending the event officially or virtually here in the room, or those who also join the session or the forum online. I wish I could continue, but I'm afraid I have exceeding the time. But we have got a lot of information, initiative, activities, so it makes us very optimistic about the future of Islamic sustainable finance. And then hopefully, because the panelists are from the world, representing from the world organization, from the Indonesian institution, National Committee on Islamic Economic and Finance. With that, I would like to again thank you so much for my all prominent panelists, and then to organizer as well, Ifsb, of course, my institution, and Bank Indonesia, my other institution, because I stay in two institutions. Thank you so much as well. Also to all attendees for your patience, for your strong interest to know about the material in this session. Again, please give a big applause to my panelists. Thank you so much again, Pak Didi, Dr. Sultan Emir, and Pak Hafiz in World Bank. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah. Thank you very much once again to Mr. Ahmad Hafiz Abdul Aziz, Mr. Muhammad Didi Hardiana, Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat, and also to our moderator, Dr. Rifki Ismail. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we already arrived at the end of our session today. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank all the speakers, moderator, discussants for delivering such a valuable insight, and for all the participants that come to this area and also that come virtually. We would like to extend our deepest appreciation to you for your support and engagement throughout this event. Dan kami juga ingin menginformasikan kepada Bapak Ibu dan rekan DEX sehubungan dengan pelaksanaan ISEF ke-9 di tahun 2022 yang dilaksanakan pada 5 sampai dengan 9 Oktober 2022. Kami informasikan untuk konsumsi sekali lagi dapat diambil di tempat berikut, di antaranya adalah panitia DEX bisa diambil di ruang sekretariat DEX, panitia non-DEX bisa diambil di mezanin, begitu juga dengan pengisi island. Lalu peserta forum bisa diambil di Kasuari Lounge, dan juga bagi media bisa diambil di Plenary Dome. Dan untuk informasi lebih lanjut dapat menghubungi Ibu Nursyam atau Saudari Ika. Dan nanti juga akan ada souvenir di akhir sesi ya, tepatnya di setelah acara ini kami tutup. Dan penukaran uang rupiah edisi 2022 juga tersedia di lower lobby Parkit Launch jam 10 pagi sampai dengan 2 siang. Jadi Bapak Ibu yang belum kedapatan hari ini bisa datang lagi besok untuk menukarkan uang rupiah ya. Nomor antrian dapat diambil di booth e-voucher depan pintu masuk assembly dan juga exhibition. Once again, we would like to say thank you very much for your attention during this event. I'm Syafinas Nasyar. Goodbye. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
You could try to turn off the sun, I'm still gonna shine away, yeah, and tell everyone we're having some fun today. We can go
Recording
wherever,
stopped.
wherever you like. Let's just have a real good time. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. I just wanna spread love and peace and all of my happiness, yeah, to everyone that I meet. Cause I'm feeling spectacular. I love it when we love one another. Give thanks every day for this life, living with a smile on my face. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Spread peace on the earth, cherish the love